right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is it all season long. It all comes down to this. It is the night of the finals here for Calling All Heroes. I'm Rain, and tonight, to cover all the action, I am joined by Dexatron.
Yeah,
Hi,
we should have
Dex.
a all right. It should be a great night of action here on Risingcord for Calling the Heroes Rising. Like you said, we'll be wrapping up here the playoffs. We'll be starting down in the lower semis, lower finals, and then moving on to the grand finals. So there's a chance here, Rain, that there could be one team that plays 3 series here tonight, which is very, very interesting, especially if they do make it all the way to the finals. So you could start talking about maybe a little bit of fatigue coming in to play.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Dex. I mean, this is going to be a long night, so I hope chat is ready to kind of buckle in, ride out this action with us, because we are going to be having 3 matches, best of 5 for all 3, as we will take a look now at the brackets. How did we get here? So, like we mentioned, we are going to be starting in that loser semi-final. It's the grand final. Atlas Kesuku is waiting for whoever fights through this lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Atlas Kesuku's just journey through the playoffs here. I mean, beat Girl Gang, beat Lava Rules Rising, and beat Risingcord. Hey, well, you look down at the lower bracket now. Those are the remaining 3 teams. So they have basically been the top 4 teams here so far, not counting themselves or counting themselves in that top 4. So I mean, they have experience against all these teams. And based on what I saw on Twitter from the Atlas Kesuku tweet, they are really, I feel like they're really hoping to play Lava Lilies again in that grand finals. But Lava Lilies, they have 2 tough matches up against Girl Gang, and if they do beat them, it would be up against Risingcord.
Yeah, exactly. So if Lava Lilies are able to get through this lower finals, that is going to be kind of like you mentioned, Dex. That would be like the longest stretch possible, essentially, for them to get back up to that grand finals. But yeah, these 3 teams in this lower bracket, all of them going to be hungry for that rematch against Atlas. All getting kind of set down here by Atlas. So exciting, no matter who makes it through this lower bracket. But like you said, this is going to be, tough to fight through. These are going to be the top 3 teams outside of Atlas.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting when you have that kind of storyline saying that no matter what, there is going to be a revenge match in the grand finals because you just don't see that happen that often. But all these teams have been able to make it this far. I mean, Girl Gang, after losing to Atlas in that first round, has not lost a map since. Lava Lilies, since losing in the second round, not lost a map since. So you're coming in here to 2 very, very hot teams looking to move on to play Risingcord in the lower finals. But Rain, I was talking about this before we went live here. I know what the bans are for the first map, and there's definitely going to be one that kind of surprises you here a little bit.
Yeah, I was keeping this a little bit of a surprise. So the Widowmaker ban coming out on the first map is going to be a control map. So you kind of touched on this. Definitely not something we see too often, as we are being told that Busan is going to be the first control map. Now, I am thinking there is kind of one sub map in Busan, that downtown sub map, where we do sometimes see the Widowmaker, but a little bit of a surprise kind of to see this kind of targeted ban coming out when Mecha Base and kind of Sanctuary as well. We aren't seeing that Widowmaker really get any playtime.
I mean, you could see Widow on Sanctuary a little bit. The long sight lines, especially, as you come out of the 2 spawns, definitely could play into it. But just so weird to see Widow be banned out here first. But Girl Gang, I mean, they must feel that there is a player on Lava Lilies that we need to be watching out for. Lava Lilies, though, banning out the ball, not necessarily a big surprise. Wrecking Ball has always been a problem, no matter what tier it is. So ban him out first map, kind of know what you're going to be coming into throughout the first map here. But speaking of Lava Lilies, how about we introduce you to them here, looking to make a run here now in the lower bracket. You have Plushmush 42, Moonlights as your DPS, Iridescent as your tank, Kala and Sawyer XD as your support line here. I mean, again, this is a really good team. I mean, you could definitely, like I already talked about, Atlas is kind of hoping to see him in the grand finals, and we have talked to multiple Atlas players throughout this playoffs and regular season here in Risingcord. They talk about Lava Lilies a lot being one of those teams that everyone kind of needed to watch out for. So being down this lower bracket is probably not something Lava Lilies was really hoping to be in.
Yeah, exactly. And also, just some information for the chat. So, Moonlights is the sub here for Lava Lilies Rising. So, unfortunately, Meow, their main roster hit scan DPS, not able to make it tonight. So, Lava Lilies is working with a sub here as they try to push through this lower bracket.
That's gonna be something very, very fun to see here. But let's move on from Lava Lilies Rising here and go over to their opponents in this first game of Girl Gang.
Girl gang. All right, taking a look at this roster. So we have Vakerin and Stargazer on the tank, or the DPS here. Stelbell on that tank, and then rounding out the back line, we have Vixenly and Jorber. So Girl gang, yeah, I mean, like we said, this is a team that got knocked down to this lower bracket by Atlas Kesuku, so just as hungry for that win. Excited to see what this roster can do. They do have, some players on the bench should they so need them as well, but starting lineup definitely going to be these 5.
Yeah, and I mean, right now you see Stelbell favorite hero, or at least the one they want to show off, being that Wrecking Ball. Remember, Wrecking Ball was banned out here, map 1, by Lava Lily, so Lava Lilies might be banning out the ball here a little bit too early, if that's the case here. But I believe when they played up against Atlas in that first round, Stelbell was able to flex onto multiple different tanks, so just get them away from the Wrecking Ball the first map might not necessarily hurt them in the long run, but might definitely hurt them for this first map.
Yeah, that's a good point, Dex, especially in these kind of like make or break matches. You sometimes want to hold on to that crucial hero ban for a little bit later when it's really, really needed. But sometimes, destabilizing your opponent kind of right at the beginning is a bit of a tactic as well. But we will see what Stelbell can flex onto as we will be heading into Busan. So, lots of other options for tanks to be played there.
Yeah, and we talked about already a little bit here, especially with the Widowmaker ban coming out, that, I mean, you could see Widow on definitely one map, potentially 2, but you would not really see Widow at least find a lot of value on Mecha base. However, this is a map, just like every other kind of control map in the game, where you can see a multitude of different compositions come out, whether it be Brawl, Dive, Poke, Rush. This map kind of plays into all of it here. If we do go to City Center here or downtown, whichever one it's called, you could see Brawl come out, you could see Dive because of the high ground, especially around the point. You go to Sanctuary. I look at that one as a little bit more of a Brawl or Poke one as well, but Mecha base, I mean, again, it kind of just falls in the same thing of you're either gonna really try to play Brawl, unless you are just rolling on Rush in the first point or second point, depending on how it goes, and you're just gonna try to stay with that. So there's a lot of variety that we could see on this first map, especially from these two teams.
Yeah, right? So much flexibility in these two rosters, and with those hero bans coming out, it's really going to encourage that much more flexibility, as it looks like we are heading into Busan. So the first sub-map that we're going to be getting started on, that Mecha base, and like you mentioned, Dex, usually we're seeing a bit more Rush compositions coming out here. Lava Lilies, they got the memo. A little something different here for Girl Gang, though.
I mean, this all just kind of comes down to what Stelbell likes to play. I mean, if their favorite hero is Wrecking Ball, it kind of lets you know they want to play some of these more fast mobile heroes, so the Diva's not necessarily that big of a surprise here, but Stargazer and Valkyrian are going to be needing to do a lot here to kind of help Stelbell out. Same thing with Jorbor and Vixenly. They're going to need to be following them around, but hey, Stargazer starting off really good here.
Yeah, the dash in finds that kill onto Kala. Now Girl Gang are up 1. We're going to see Lava Lilies kind of backing out a little bit, playing safe, but with that second pick coming through, Girl Gang now clearly in control of this high ground, and they will go ahead and start percentage building on the point as well.
Yeah, and one thing right now, both these tanks do have a damaging ability, but Stelbell's just goes a little bit further than Jasmine, so that might actually be able to help them out here a little bit more, especially just when they decide to dive in. And you already see that Iridescent did throw out that jab, which does allow Girl Gang, if they want to play aggressively here, to play aggressively for a moment, but you can still see Lava Lilies. They're just looking for the opening, and they're really hoping Iridescent's going to be able to build up some space, but again, Stargazer is just doing too much here.
Oh, the DPS from Girl Gang really starting off strong here. The backline already gone here from Lava Lilies. And once again, that's going to force them to just back up, wait for their supports to come back in. All the while, Girl Gang able to hold this high ground positioning very well.
And right now, if you're Lava Lilies, you need to figure something else. You need to figure something out here. You can either go through one of the other 2 choke points. You just need to get something going. You do see Plush Mush trying to just, distract them a little bit, but Stargazer already having to use that deflect, and you did start to see Iridescent rotate towards that other side, allowing Lava Lilies to kind of play a little bit of a split kind of style here.
Yeah, we see Stargazer again.
Oh my
She's
goodness.
able to find the opening pick. Plush Mush going down, and once again, Lava Lilies starting this fight at a disadvantage. Stargazer falling quite low here, but has that peel available from Stelbel to stay alive. We do see Iridescent kind of falling down to the high ground, and that leaves the backline just wide open for Grillgang to walk forward. Stelbel, though, gets a little too aggressive, does get DMAC, doesn't have that bomb to get back into it.
Oh.
Massive Bola coming out from Plushmush, gonna be able to find just that kill onto
Oh, no.
We have the
Oh,
Ajax
no.
counter popping up here. Very unfortunate for Vixen Lee as Lava Lilies finally getting percentage on this point.
Oh, that's costly there for Grillgang. Yeah, you have the Ajax, but you also invested Kitsune and your own Bolo into that one. The only thing that Lava Lilies invested in that fight was their own Bolo. And if you look at Plushmush, already 50% up to another one here. Incredibly fast to build that up. It's like they're not even, it's like they haven't even used it yet. And Lava Lilies is now in a great spot with ultimates. Both their support ultimates. They have a Terra Surge ready to go here. And I mean, you're going to allow that, you're probably allow Plushmush to build up to their own Bolo and combo that here again because you are in such a great spot at the moment.
Yeah, we see this kind of fight happening over on the left side. Iridescent does have that turret surge ready to go, like you said, Dex. Just kind of biding the time. Lava is in control of this point, so they can afford to just take these longer fights here. Nice spear in. Not quite going to be able to find the kills as Grillgang just kind of waiting. Stargazer does have a little bit of an angle here, trying to find Plushmush. Does have this blade ready to go, looking for the opportunity. Lava Lilies, though, they're going to start things out. That orbital ray here from Kala, and that's going to allow them to get quite aggressive as Grillgang now fairly split here as the point still being held by Lava Lilies. The bomb comes out from Stelbel just to get that remech. We'll be able to survive through it, but in the meantime, you lose Vixen Lee there. No Lucio on the field for Grillgang, and that is going to prompt the retreat.
Yeah, I mean, Vixen Lee tried to do what they could right there to, you know, just boop someone back into the bomb. Didn't end up working out and, you know, kind of put themselves in a bad spot. And, I mean, give it up to Lava Lilies. They only use the Orbital Raid. That didn't really find a lot of value, but look at what they have here. They have 4 great ultimates, but Grillgang only has 2.
Oh, yeah, Terra Surge, it pulls in 4 really nice torpedoes from Kala there, and then finding the kill onto Vixen Lee as well. So you just had your support take out that backline, and you DMX Stelbel. This stagger is going to be absolutely massive, 90% here. Lava Lilies know that as much time as they can burn off is going to be the best. Now, there is in a position to touch here. Stargazer and Vixen Lee. We do have Blade coming out from Star. Immediately gets shot down by Moonlight. The blade from Moonlight's just sealing the deal here for Lava Lilies to pick up this first point on Busan.
I mean, Grillgang, they were looking so good at the start of this round. Everything was going their way. All it really took was maybe one mistake by crap, I'm forgetting the name. It took one mistake by Stelbel, maybe just playing a little bit too over-aggressively there, putting themselves into a choke, getting demeched, and that's all Lava Lilies really needed. And they turn that map, or they turn that point completely around. I mean, you look at the stats here. Moonlights, even though they were very slow, never died, which is surprising considering there was a point where I was starting to look at Stargazer on the other side, someone who found the first pick in 3 straight fights really has, you know, starting to make a big difference. But once Grillgang lost control, Lava Lilies never really gave it up, and swaps coming out here. Moonlight's going over to the Tracer. Iridescent going over to the Hazard. I like this a little bit better on this point. I feel like the wall, the Jagged Wall does find a little bit more value here, but Iridescent being able now to kind of go up there and try to disrupt that high ground that you already see Grillgang trying to set up is going to be very key for them.
Yeah, agree. Ooh, nice eat there from that Jagged Wall. Stelbel going to be helping out Stargazer on that side, but oh, actually going to lose her mech in the meantime, and that is a big opening pick here for Lava Lilies. No tank essentially on the side of Grillgang, and that is going to allow them to build percentage first on the downtown.
And again, I mean, Grillgang, they look really good until Stelbel loses their mech, and then they always kind of have to fall back. Stelbel, I mean, at this point, I mean, they're slowly building back up to the mech, which is the worst thing because they're giving up vital percentages. They're giving up vital time at the moment. Lava Lilies, though, they're not really pushing it. They understand what the situation here is. They don't want to necessarily go into a fight and lose one early and give all the momentum back over to Grillgang. And right now, I think it's Freyabat up here on the high ground is going to be something really interesting to watch, especially with Iridescent up here, just to kind of give Vike a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, exactly. Iridescent doing a great job holding this high ground and just denying the Viker in from even being able to contest that high ground. As we see Girl Gang taking a little bit of an angle. Nice jagged wall, although Stelbell does have that mech. We'll be able to just kind of fly over top of it. And Lava Lilies doing a good job holding off Girl Gang, as we are going to see a rotation coming through. Girl Gang's going to rotate out towards the coast, but Sawyer actually finding Stargazer kind of in that. And now that means that it is going to be Girl Gang down one here. Let's see if they are going to still kind of push. Nice jagged wall, and the boot from Sawyer actually onto Stelbell out of that mech. And Lava Lilies holding strong.
One thing I have to say right now about the comps here is that Stalebell on the Diva doesn't necessarily scare the Iridescent on Hazard. Like, you've seen them go up against each other on the high ground a couple times. Iridescent just doesn't care. They just kind of sit there and let Stalebell do whatever they want, and then just like, okay, I'll focus on the next person. Like, hey, they get Vixen Lee right there. And look at the percentage now. Girl Gang only has one ultimate built up. Even Vicarian has not even built up to a bolo shot. Lava Lilies is going to have all 5 ultimates here, and they can go pretty early with them if they want to try to get this final fight done and dusted before we even get to overtime.
Oh yeah, okay, that one all from Girl Gang. The Kitsune Rush is going to be started off. It's not enough to keep Stelbell in her mech, though, so already you're out of this Makala, taking down Stelbell as well. Absolutely no tank on the side of Girl Gang. Moonlight finding that kill onto Jorbor. Now, the DPS ultimates are online here for Girl Gang. Vixen Lee gets the beat off and manages to connect onto all 3, and the beat for the blade from Stargazer picks up Plush Mush. Gonna find a second one as well. Stargazer absolutely coming alive here for Girl Gang.
And I mean, Girl Gang, they play that fight perfectly. They waited just long enough to get some of those ultimates online. Lava Lilies, they did what I said they should, was just invest all their ultimates pretty early on to win a team fight. Girl Gang, though, they did a good job kiting it out, making sure they weren't going to get taken out, so you had all 5 of those ultimates go their way or come out and maybe only find 1 or 2 picks. Girl Gang, though, just a kind of good fight to get you back in this one. Could we see something like we saw back on Mecha Base, where Girl Gang now, in control of the map, in control of the point, really puts Lava Lilies in spots they just don't want to be?
Yeah, we can see Stelbell already was holding that high ground, kind of gets forced out here by Iridescent on this Hazard. Stelbell is going to have that bomb online very shortly, something for Girl Gang to work with, but already knows Stargazer is down to that jagged wall. Stargazer doing such a good job finding the limbs here for Girl Gang. Now, you do end up trading out Sawyer, but Flushmush is there to find Vixen Lee as well, so no Lucio in the fight here, as the point still in control of Girl Gang. It is going to be the bomb coming out from Stelbell, who Iridescent kind of gets forced to the back of the point there, and then Girl Gang's able to collapse. Storber is going to be able to find that final blow. Gonna find a second one onto Moonlights as well, but the trades are coming through. Lava Lily's trying to stay in this fight, but with Kala gone, it's Girl Gang holding on.
Yeah, I think Lava Lilies, once you lost Iridescent right there, you just need to try to get out, not to really give up some more time here, because you're really allowing Girl Gang to get back into this point here. However, though, the only ultimate they have coming up here is a Pulse Bomb, not that far away from a Kitsune. Lava Lilies, though, they're building back up to 4 ultimates here again. I mean, they're in a good spot to take a final team fight here when the time comes and have the ultimates they need to really win it. But Girl Gang, they've done a good job just being able to cut out the ultimates in the past. It would not surprise me if they're able to do it here again this time. Oh my goodness!
Oh, the Pulse Bomb! Oh, the kill onto Iridescent, and then gonna find that follow-up onto Sawyer. I mean, Girl Gang essentially just shutting down this push from Lava Lilies, and like you said, Dex, like, this is kind of the end here. This is gonna be potentially Girl Gang tying us up.
Moonlights is there to touch, but you need the rest of the team to get there very, very quickly. Moonlights has to recall. I don't think there's going to be a touch. No, Moonlight's not going to get there in time. Lava Lilies, I feel like this is a little bit of a fumble out from them. I felt like they had this going all their way, but much like the first point, Girl Gang, once they got control of the point, never looked back and just started putting all the problems on to Lava Lilies. I mean, Iridescent, they kind of fell off. They were playing an excellent Hazard, but once they lost control of the point, it just seemed like they just couldn't, control high ground, really find a good dive target. They just kind of lost their way, it looked like.
Yeah, and also, Girl Gang was like playing a really good job, high ground kind of control, and then had everybody kind of split, so that Hazard, you feel like you have to kind of put the pressure on that high ground, because I mean, you don't really have anybody else to kind of go up there. You're running the Tracer and the Freya composition, but all right, it comes down to this, Dex. We're headed over to Sanctuary.
And I mean, you see some swaps out here from Lava Lilies. Iridescent going over to the Jungle Queen, 3rd tank for them, and Moonlight's going back over to the Genji. I think the Genji worked out a little bit better for them here. Girl Gang, though, look at their DPS line. They want to play a little bit more of a dive-oriented composition. No Freya this time around. They want to get in your backline, and they want to give you problems. I really like this from them.
Yeah, exactly, Aldo. Iridescent doing a lot of trouble here for Stelbel, that Junker Queen, the absolute menace to the head shots of Diva. Flash Rush is going to open things up here. Nice headshot onto Vixen Liam with Moonlights taking out Vakerin as well. Lava Lilies starting control on the point.
And even with the nerfs that have came to Freya here in, since she has released, Freya is still a very, very strong character. If you're able to hit 2 of those right clicks, you're pretty much killing no matter who you hit here. But Lava Lilies, though, I had to see something from them here because, yeah, they could build up very, very high, but if they give up the point, I want to see what happens to them. Like, what's the follow-up? Because we have just seen both these teams kind of just stumble once they lose control of the point here. Stelbel, though, if Lava Lilies keeps getting Stelbel out of the mech early on, it's exactly what they need.
Yeah, Iridescent is doing a great job pressuring down Stelbel on this Diva, kind of forcing out all of that defense matrix, and then the rest of Girl Gang just able to kind of submit the rest of the poke damage. Moonlight's doing a great job opening things up. Unfortunately, Vixen gonna fall first there. Okay, Stelbel out of the mech, still manages to find 1 kill, but going to be quickly traded out by Iridescent there, and that's another fight win for Lava Lilies.
Yeah, and with losing Stelbel, Girl Gang did the right thing, just completely backing up. But you look at what Lava Lilies has here. Iridescent has his Rampage, which, yeah, you have Jorbor on the other side that can cleanse it out, especially with the Kitsune Rush, which could do a lot of damage to Iridescent afterwards. But it gives just a lot of pressure to Girl Gang, and Girl Gang has to know they have this. Kala not that far away from their own Kitsune Rush here, so this actually be probably the first time we're seeing a true ultimate fight here this entire map.
Once again, Stelbel falling quite low. It is going to be that Kitsune Rush committed from Jorbor here onto the point. Kala waiting just a little bit, then is going to go ahead and commit hers as well. And the point still in control of Lava Lilies, but we have kills coming through, and Moonlight's coming alive, finding Jorbor, and the cleanup onto Vixen Lee as well. It's looking like potential last fight territory, and Stelbel is going to be out of the mech.
Stelbel's gonna be out of the mech, and I think the one thing that Lava Lilies shouldn't do is what they're doing, killing Stelbel. I think that allows Girl Gang here to get one last second touch. You're gonna get the touch here from Vike, but you need to have some follow-up here. However, they have 4 ultimates, but we've seen this before already once tonight, Rain, that Lava Lilies will invest ultimates and not win the fight.
That's true. It's the beat and the blade out from Lava Lilies in response to that blade from Stargazer, who does end up getting shut down. Overtime falling very, very low. The bodies for Girl Gang just not there. The bomb from Stelbel going to try to stay in this. Will actually manage to get that mech back, but the remainder of Lava Lilies standing around waiting for that Diva to pop out, and that's going to be the cleanup. It is Lava Lilies taking Busan.
And a good final point here from Lava Lilies, but this is like I can't get a good grasp of how this series is gonna go from this first map here, because the first 2 points, it was basically one team dominated, and once they lost the point, there was really no fight back. And we never saw necessarily a fight back on this point here, because Lava Lilies just controlled it the entire time. But one thing that I did see consistently throughout this map, especially when Lava Lilies was doing really good, is when Stelbel got demech'd, they made sure that Stelbel was not killed almost immediately. They were staggering them out, and I felt like that was something that we saw very, very well from Lava Lilies. Also, their usage of ultimates. There were multiple fights where they had 2, 3, 4, all 5 ultimates ready to go, and they would only maybe invest 1 to save some for the next fight. This is a team that knows their winning conditions and knows their losing conditions as well. We have seen Lava Lilies back out of fights. Same thing with Girl Gang, which is something that I really like to see here.
Yeah, I have to agree, especially like looking at kind of the scoreboard after that first sub map and seeing just how few deaths Lava Lilies had, really recognizing that they see when a fight is not winnable, and they are kiting out of that very, very well. Now, you mentioned the kind of a good point is that once a team was in control of that point, it just felt like the aggressing team just not really finding the opening that they really need, which I think is going to lend well as we head into like the next kind of maps. I think especially like once we get to a hybrid map where like that defender, kind of setup is really strong. It could maybe not bode well for honestly either of these teams. So I am right there with you, Dex. I don't think that this is a clear indication of one team being stronger than the other right now, and I think that this could be a very close series all the way to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. But you have to remember one thing there. I highlighted Stelbell, maybe not necessarily find the most value on the diva. You have to remember whatever the hero they've shown us off the most so far has been Wrecking Ball, and Wrecking Ball was banned out map one. Me and you, after seeing that, maybe kind of thought that was not the best move for Lava Lilies. But hey, they wanted to get that first map win, put a little bit more pressure on the girl gang, which I'll never hate. It's a good strategy. But now you have to probably deal with Stelbell's Wrecking Ball when it comes to a map that really Wrecking Ball works on for the
Mhm.
rest of the series, which meaning if I had to take a guess, we'd be going to a dive map, and that makes me think something like Watch Point would be our
Mhm.
next map. We don't know what it is just yet, as you can see below us, but yeah, eventually we'll know what map it is.
Yeah, and like you said, potentially a Wrecking Ball map. Girl Gang, since they lost Busan, they will get the opportunity to pick the map first, and they'll get the opportunity to ban a hero out first. So maybe their chance to kind of strike at Lava Lilies. Although I have to see, we did see quite a lot of kind of flexibility, especially from Iridescent on that tank lineup. I mean, it's not often that we see a tank player play 3 different tanks across one map.
Yeah, play 3 different tanks and find value with all of them. That's
Yeah.
the more surprising thing, because there have been times where I've seen a tank player play 3, 4, 5, 6. And I mean, it could go on and on. I mean, it's almost like they're playing mystery heroes sometimes, because there are just sometimes where your tank player is just trying to find anything to slow down the other team. But no, I mean, Lava Lily's tank did an excellent job there, just playing all 3 tanks they played. And they're very different tanks. I mean, we saw
Mhm.
Orisa, we saw Queen, we saw Hazard, 3 different tanks, and they were doing very, very well on them, which gives me a lot of hope that no matter what throughout this series, depending on what Girl Gang's playing, that we'll see a good response from Lava Lilies.
I agree, absolutely, and that's gonna come into play as we kind of look at whatever next map they take us. Girl Gang decides to take us to, because, like you said, I am also anticipating. Okay,
Jeez.
not a dive map, not a dive map, but I mean, first point Kings Row, I feel like there is some room to potentially play that Wrecking Ball once you move into, the second and third, maybe not so much, but sometimes just breaking through the first kind of point is really what you need to start the momentum building.
Yeah, and I mean, Kings Row. I mean, we talk about it every time it comes up. Known as a brawl map before, but in Overwatch 2, it's kind of an all-rounder map. Brawl
Mhm.
does sort of still have its favors at certain points in this map, but Wrecking Ball, in my opinion, is probably one of the most slept on tanks in this map, because of just how tight the corridors are for the push, allowing Wrecking Ball to have so many opportunities to uh, grapple themselves up and find those pile driver, a lot of value with pile driver, and just being able to bowl people out of the way. I mean, especially in those tight corridors of streets phase, if you lay down a minefield in the path of the cart, you could easily find maybe 1 or 2 people that you could bowl into those mines to find some picks. So Wrecking Ball does find its opportunities here. Remember, Widowmaker is also back in play this map, and Widow, especially on the first point and a little bit on third point, does find a decent amount of value. So we could be seeing those 2 heroes that we saw banned out map 1 show up a little bit here in map 2.
Yeah, exactly. I think definitely the opportunity here. I also think, Lava Lilies, the 3 tanks that we saw from Iridescent, definitely all playable here. Maybe Junker Queen not really getting as much playtime, but I think that the Arisa from Iridescent looks really good. Definitely is playable here. I know sometimes in Rising, I know that there's a few Reinhardt kind of enjoyers. Not sure if they're on either of these teams, but, a classic. We could always end up back on that Reinhardt, even though, tragically, not getting as much playtime, especially not on Kings Row anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we could see German Rectangle Man here, but I mean, let's take a look at the bands now. If I believe they're ready.
Maybe?
Well, maybe. I mean, yeah, here they are. Lucio and Hazard. So Girl Gang, recognizing that
Yeah.
Iridescent's Hazard would probably do very, very well on this map, want to get him out in Lava Lilies, forcing Girl Gang to try to play a little bit more Juno if they want speed on this map.
Interesting. Yeah, the Juno, I think, definitely an option, of course. Lucio, you like to have Lucio for kind of the taxi around and able to get up onto those high grounds really easily. But definitely, you can slot the Juno in as well. And I think also we've been seeing a little bit more Ana kind of be played on King's Row as well, specifically on that kind of first point. Not necessarily expecting the Brig as well, where, like you said, it does tend to be a little bit more kind of a brawl-ish kind of a map, but you get the Ana set up on that high ground. You have the Juno that's there to kind of kite out, use that speed ring to kind of help your Ana rotate. Definitely interesting to see that Lucio ban coming out, because also I do feel that there's maybe some more maps kind of down the road where Lucio might be a little bit more impactful.
Yeah, definitely. But this could also be something where Girl Gang would ban out Lucio as well. I believe both teams did play Lucio throughout that first map. So it is definitely something. Lucio and Juno, in my opinion, are probably the hero that you would see banned out by both sides the most throughout the series if we do see it. But heading into King's Row, it's going to be really interesting to see what Girl Gang decides to play tank-wise, because like we said, Stelbel, known Wrecking Ball player, could see the ball here. They're teasing us with the Rhine. they must have heard us. But they are the attacking team, so they have some time to mess around here.
Yeah, exactly. We do have that Widow back in play, so potentially just going kind of for that opening pick. Lava Lilies, though, on the defense, this composition is locked in. Looks like they will be running the Brig Juno backline here, so a lot of stability, and yeah, getting set up on this high ground with Moonlights on the Sojourn makes a whole lot of sense to me.
And Stargaze is going over to the Genji, not necessarily a big surprise. I was actually kind of hoping to potentially see the Mei come out here. Nope, Stelbel not going to tease us any longer. Going over to the Wrecking Ball instead. Again, this is what we know them for here. This is what we kind of expected from them. Like, though, starting up on that Widowmaker, trying to find an early pick, but just not going to get anyone to poke their heads out, other than Iridescent, who could take a headshot or two.
Yeah, looks like Vikrant is going to be sticking on this Widowmaker as we see Stelbel putting some pressure onto the point. Gonna have to be really careful with this Orisa, and it's the Brigitte. A lot of CC kind of available to just deny value from Stelbel, but you have forced Lava Lilies to kind of drop down. Iridescent is down on the point now, and this just pressure from Vikrant is going to force Lava Lilies to play some very specific angles. We see them not kind of setting up around the point as Stelbel rotating around, looking to get onto this high ground. You do have nice kind of slam through the Brig. Going to be able to sustain through that as Iridescent finds that kill onto Vikrant. So all that pressure that the Widow was kind of putting out now negated as Girl Gang a little bit split here. They are still alive. We will have this swap come out over onto the Freya. Plush Mush gonna get rolled over by Stelbel, and that is an opening here for Girl Gang as Vikrant is gonna be back into the fight. Lots of cooldowns from Iridescent here, not gonna find that kill as we have Lava Lilies. Sawyer is still set up on this high ground with Moonlight. They're doing a great job just sustaining through it, and Iridescent's finding this kill onto Stargazer. It's just slowing down the momentum for Girl Gang. They're still very split around this point, looking to stay in the fight, and we do see Lava Lilies back down onto this low ground. The fight just dragging out here, and Ultimates coming online shortly as well.
Yeah, I mean, this has been one long, continuous fight here. And, I mean, one thing that I want to point out here, Girl Gang has 2 ticks. Lava Lilies has let them get 2 ticks here, and then a minefield out here from Stelbel. It might just be enough to get them the 3rd here.
Oh, yeah, beautiful mines across the point. Just a tiny little corner available for Lava Lilies to safely contest the point. Vixenly taking out Iridescent as well. Now no tank. It's going to force Sawyer to use this rally. He's falling very low. Yes, it's going to be unfortunately taken down with 2 members. There is the cap coming through. Girl Gang starting this payload moving and pushing forward, potentially looking for some stagger kills. Won't quite find them.
And, I mean, one thing we highlighted from Lava Lilies and really both teams in that first map was the knowing of when to get out of a fight when it was lost. Lava Lilies, though, that, especially using the rally there from Sawyer, just seemed like a little bit of an overinvestment, a little bit staying longer than they were really welcome in that fight. They should have given up that first one to hold for Archers. Granted, I mean, Sawyer should be able to get back, but now you don't have a rally and you're going into an orbital array of a rally and a bolo shot of their own. However, Lava Lilies still has, 4 good ultimates here, which has been something that we've seen them pretty consistently have throughout the entire series.
Ooh, yeah, okay, orbital rays from both sides, and that bola actually committed from Viker and finds that kill. Blades out from both sides, looking like Girl Gang is getting the better of this. The Terra Surge still online for Iridescent, but nobody from Lava Lilies there to follow up on it, and that's a nice clean kill there for Girl Gang.
And I mean, to be fair, that's really the first true team fight out of the way right there. And I mean, that first fight lasted so long for these two teams that we've gone through ultimates. I mean, Stelbell's already 80% to another minefield here. Iridescent and Moonlight still have theirs, which I mean is going to come in clutch here for Lava Lilies if they do find value with them, or else it could just be the second point already going over to Girl Gang, who is casually going through, but the overclock already out.
My gosh, and it finds Viker in. That was so much damage from the fray on the side of Girl Gang. Vixenly does pop this rally. Not going to be enough to keep Jorber alive as Iridescent finds that kill onto the Judo. Now, 2 members down for Girl Gang, and that is going to be them backing out of this one.
And again, I mean, hey, Girl Gang, Moonlights, how did you fall off the map?
Where?
Did they? I think Moonlights had to die and was coming back from spawn. I don't know. But Stelbell has mines, and yeah, they're out.
Oh yeah, and this is an opportunity for Girl Gang pushing forward the mines. Maybe not as far forward as Stelbell would like, but still creating enough pressure here and gets a nice angle. Gonna be able to find the kill onto Plush Mush as well. Terra Surge on the point, trying to stay in this fight. It's very close to capping second here. Moonlight is on the Cassidy now, finds that headshot onto Stargazer. We do still have Girl Gang kind of lurking around though. Pile drive. Gonna connect. We do see a pole. Oh, no, the Bola come out. Doesn't connect onto anything, but the numbers are still here for Lava Lilies. Holding on this point. Stelbell doing a lot of kind of damage here on the Wrecking Ball. Not quite finding the kills, but Vikerin does find one onto Plush Mush. The Juno gone for the side of Girl Gang. It's all even in this fight. A Sawyer is going to pop this rally, try to give Lava Lilies an edge here, and that is going to force Girl Gang to at least back up for now.
And if Lava Lilies can find Stargazer out, that will force Girl Gang here to play a little bit longer, or play back a little bit further here. Moonlight, so swapping over this Cassidy, I love this swap. You know, a lot of times when you hear Cassidy come out, you always hear people talk about the effective range. Well, right now, this is the effective range for Cassidy. Very close up. You find a lot of value going into this Wrecking Ball with the flashbangs, and I mean, just being able to fan the hammer into them as well. You already see Moonlights has a Deadeye here ready to go.
Yeah, we'll have it, and Akala's gonna have this orbital, but you lose Sawyer early here. The Brigitte now to the fight. Deadeye, it finds Jorber, so you're all evened out here. The orbital rate is committed here from Lava Lilies, and that is going to allow them to clean up the remainder of Girl Gang. Stelbell is lurking around somewhere, though.
Yeah, I was going to say Stelbell is going to get cut out here, but I mean, they're on Wrecking Ball. They should be able to get out. And really doesn't seem like Lava Lilies cares that much that they're there. They know that. Oh, wait, that's actually a huge pick. That's a huge stagger. And one of the biggest mistakes I think we've seen so far from either team this series. Stelbell, they just need to get out of dodge, but they try to play a little bit too cheeky right there and ended up getting punished for it. Because look at Girl Gang at the moment. 5 ultimates ready to go here, and Stelbell, yeah, they're on the ball, so they can come back pretty fast, but they are not going to be able to get set up. They're going to have to just throw all these ultimates in at once, basically.
Yeah, overtime has started here. There's trades from either side. 1 DPS down for each. The rally committed from Vixenly, and you see the Terra Search doesn't quite catch anybody, but does do a lot of damage, and that's going to allow Sawyer to find the kill, but immediately dying to those mines. We have the blade out from Stargazer. It finds one. Iridescent down, so that's the tank gone from Lava Lilies, and although Kala does find their counterpart in that Juno, it's looking like Girl Gang in overtime are going to be able to cap this second play.
Give themselves another 90 seconds here to push it to as far as I can or to the end of the map. And I gotta give Stelbell a lot of credit there. They patiently waited Iridescent using their own Terra Surge right there. Because Iridescent, they used the Terra Surge last time they clear the mines that Stelbell put down before. So they waited for that Terra Surge to go out, left the mines there, knowing that Lava Lilies had overextended themselves just a little bit because it was overtime, and it was able to punish a couple people there. But now Lava Lilies, they're in a really good spot here, considering Girl Gang just invested all 5 ultimates in that last fight. They're coming up to 3 and not that far away from a 4th one as well.
Yeah, exactly. That blade could be massive from Plush Mush. Okay, does get it caught out a little bit. They're going to be able to survive through with the help of the sports. Nice roll through from Stelbell, getting this high ground, creating a really nice angle for Stargazer to just kind of push in, but Stargazer, oh, she goes just a little bit too far. He's going to be taken down by Moonlights there. Point still being contested here. Iridescent pushing forward with that nice javelin kill onto Viker, and that is going to be, you know, fight win here for Lava Lilies.
And I mean, basically, you're coming back into the final engagement here if you're Girl Gang and you only have a minefield. Yeah, Vi can build it up to a pulse bomb, but they need to build it up to it pretty fast. Because you look at Lava Lilies, They have all 5 ultimates, and really the terror, I mean, my bad. The orbital ray and the rally might just do enough here for them.
Yeah, exactly. So the mines have been committed on point. Kala is going to use this orbital ray, the first one out of these 5 for Lava Lilies. And looks like Girl Gang are sustaining through it fairly well. Backed up just a little bit. Now, time for Lava Lilies to use the next one. We have the blade out. Plushbus trying to find Dormer. Okay, will manage to find that Juno out of the sky. Now, overtime taking down, and there's no supports here for Girl Gang to try and keep them in this fight. Pulse Bomb Stick is going to find Moonlight, so that is a good kill here for Girl Gang to try and stay in it. It's just the healing from the payload keeping them alive. This Terror Surge still ready to go from Iridescent. He's going to go ahead, pull that out very, very low. Finds Vixen Lee, and the Orbital Ray from Jorber comes out, but not going to be enough.
Not going to be enough for Girl Gang. I mean, they put up a pretty good round right there and a really good last fight because, like I said, they were walking into 5 ultimates there from Lava Lilies, and I really only thought they needed 2 to win it out there, but they did a good job just kind of, stalling long enough there, making sure there's always one person around. Vi was able to build up to their own Pulse Bomb, found 1 pick with that, and you were really probably looking for 1 more pick if you're a Girl Gang, and then you would have seen a completely different kind of fight come out there, but they just never found it. Lava Lilies, though, I mean, they started off really weird, I will say that last round. They gave up 2 ticks for free. They made some mistakes that we hadn't seen them do before. They had a good second point hold, and I think that they lost that final fight on that second point just because Girl Gang had so many ultimates going into it. But hey, this is what we kind of wanted to see. It's giving me a little bit of a better insight to how these 2 teams are going to play throughout the rest of this series, where we've seen some back and forth like we did not see on map 1. So Girl Gang, I mean, they have a really good time. They have a really good distance here, and a first point hold, I mean, is not impossible on this map. Double though on the Wrecking Ball, it's gonna be really interesting to see it on the defensive side, but I think Lava Lilies, they just struggled with it all last round, so they might be struggling with it here again on the attack side as well.
Yeah, and we can see Stelbell's kind of already set up around that kind of cinema on the left side. A really nice angle for potentially Vicrin kind of on this Freya to be following up on the pile drives from Stelbell. Looking like Lava Lilies might be coming out with Plush Mush on the Pharah here, so this will be the first time that we get to see her on the field today.
Very, very interesting with the Pharah, especially when we've seen Vi on the Freya the past. Vi was a pretty good shot, so Plush has to be very, very just knowledgeable of where that Freya is at all times. But I mean, Lava Lilies had to know that Stelbell was gonna probably come out on the ball, and right now I do like what they're doing, kind of letting Stel just kind of do whatever they want while they're trying to focus on maybe finding someone out in the back line. Hey, say like a Stargazer.
Falling very, very low. Stargazer managing to back out around that archway, though, and now both DPS from Girl Gang are actually kind of pushed out of the fight right now. Stelbell is kind of in that backline, but like you said, Dex, it looks like Lava Lily's essentially just trying to ignore this Wrecking Ball as much as possible, looking to push forward, to have picked up 1 tick on this point, and looking like not really the contester. It's really just Stelbell that could potentially contest this point, but fighting around the statue right now as the second tick is going to come through. Iridescent has just set herself up on this point. Just at some point, somebody's going to have to drop down for Girl Gang and contest. Flush Mush, though, finding Jorbor is going to make it very, very hard for whoever rotates down onto the point to stay alive. And oh my gosh, Flush Mush on the high ground, just absolutely ripping Girl Gang apart.
2 birds with 1 rocket right there. That's sometimes all you need to win a fight. But I mean, an excellent play coming out there from Plush. Like I said, I had a lot of concerns going into Vi on that Freya, but they did a good job just kind of juking around it. But we do lose Vixen Lee, so we're gonna go to a quick pause here for a moment while we try to get them back in. But a really good start there for Lava Lilies, but it kind of reminds me a lot of what we saw last round when Lava Lilies were on the defensive side, where they were trying just to play as far up as they could at the tank line, while the DPS was trying to play a little bit back. They gave up some ticks for free and really lost the fight. When after you lost 1 member, you probably should have just been backing out already. They're giving up that first point so you could hold it arches, but both teams, they just want to take fights on that first point.
Yeah, Girl Gang, it's tough when you have this Wrecking Ball. Like, obviously, you can be very, very disruptive to the backline of Lava Lilies, but it does ultimately mean that you don't really have a lot of point presence, so it was really hard for them to kind of have anybody stop the percentage from building. Because you have the Freya and the Cassidy aren't really going to be able. You're not going to want to drop off that high ground unless you absolutely have to. And I think as we see kind of moving into this streets phase, I think that I get like Stelbel is going to have also kind of a hard time here finding the value on the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, but this is where I kind of said Wrecking Ball does find a decent amount of
Yeah,
value,
it's
especially if
true.
you're able to get some. If you're able to get minefields out there, you can just roll people into them, but you need to be able to do it pretty consistently, and you need to be able to build up mines pretty fast as well, which is one thing Stel's been able to do so far. But you already see Moonlights here with that Deadeye ready to go. Plush Mush not that far away from their own barrage, so Lava Lilies, if they want to play aggressive, they could definitely play aggressive here, knowing they have some ultimates. That barrage, though, from Plush is probably going to be the one that really looks to get a lot of stuff started here.
Has it ready to go whenever. Vixenly is over on the Baptiste now, so you will have that Lamp and the Suzu to try and sustain through one of these ultimates. Stelbel nearly has these mines ready to go, but Moonlight's doing a pretty good job kind of keeping this Wrecking Ball in check whenever Stelbel does go in. As we see the mines, they've been committed. A really nice job, actually splits Lava Lilies, and the support's nowhere near Iridescent in that front line now, and that is a really good job from Stelbel to try and split this team. But I mean, Iridescent's now taking down Stargazer, but not before she is going to fall as well.
Yeah, and Stelbel, I mean, what we saw from them, they're somewhere in that back line. So Lava Lilies has to kind of be prepared for a little bit of a roll through here or a pile driver and then a roll out. But I mean, look at Lava Lilies. This has been something we've seen consistently from them all series long so far. They get all 5 ultimates ready to go and then just kind of use them one by one, or they just kind of all dump them into the same fight, which this is definitely one of those fights where you can see a dump come out from them, knowing that if they win, they probably have the second point in the bag.
Ooh, okay, we started out with this Bola from Viker, does some damage there. Stelbel's able to find that kill on to Kala. Actually, some nice kills coming through here from Girl Gang. You take Iridescent out of the fight, and Jorber taking out Plushmush as well. Not too bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, now you're starting to see some swaps come out here from Girl Gang Vi going over to the Cassidy. We saw this last round for Lava Lilies where Moonlights did it, and it worked out very well for them. I think this is going to be a little bit better than maybe the Freya. I just don't think they were landing as shots consistently onto Plush. So the Cassidy will find a lot of value here. The Blade and the Kitsune Rush out here from Girl Gang.
Okay, the Deadeye here from Moonlight still holding it, and it holds it long enough to find Stargazer that had that blade out and running. Now, that is 2 up here for Lava Lilies, but Stelbel taking out Plushmush. They did have that barrage ready to go, and this is going to be the payload moving forward here. Mines committed from Stelbel, covering pretty much the entire point here. We will see Iridescent just split off a little bit. Does have the Terra Surge if she so needs it. It's just nice spinning coming through from Stelbel, but he's going to get hit with that spear. Iridescent doing a good job keeping some presence on this point. The barrage from Plushmush ready to go. It's the combo with the Terra Surge. Takes out the Lamp, takes out Vixenly as well. The cleanup trying to come through here for Lava Lilies, and they will cap that second point.
I don't think Stelbel's died this round, but at the same time, we kind of talked about here, the Wrecking Ball is a very hit or miss kind of pick, especially on this map. Yeah, you can find value with the mines, but the mines really haven't been doing that much just yet so far in the defense. You do have an Ant just coming up here for Vixenly on the side of Girl Gang, and the touch!
Oh my, there was no touch.
Give it up.
Oh no.
Give it up to Sawyer. I think this is all Sawyer. This is all, especially at the end. I think Sawyer whip-shotted Stelbel away from the point as they were pile driving to try to stop the cart. So we got it. I'm not gonna call it a C9, but it was a really good play by Sawyer to make sure that Lava Lilies did not have to deal with the contest there, because it would have been very difficult. But Girl Gang, I mean, they had to know that that golden box of victory was not that far away after capping point 2. You need to quickly get back out there, and it seemed like they were maybe a little bit slow to that there. So now Lava Lilies up 2-0 in the series here.
Oh yeah, this is match point heading into our third map. A little stressful here for Girl Gang. That was your map pick. And we kind of touched on it regarding kind of the first point of King's Row, but the Wrecking Ball just maybe not having kind of as much point presence compared, especially to the Orisa. It felt like Iridescent was just like set up on that payload, holding down the fort. Yeah, nice whip shot there from Sawyer. But moving into this next map, I mean, Girl Gang has to consider, okay, the brawl map, it didn't work in our favor, but now this is an opportunity for them to take us to one of those dive maps like we kind of
Mm.
mentioned before, Dex.
Yeah, and if they want to really stick with the wrecking ball, they're gonna have to take us there. If we don't go to one of those like very known dive maps, I would expect to see something different from Stelbell because we did see Diva from
Mhm.
them a little bit, and when the Diva was hitting, man, was it hitting from them. But they just need to play a little bit smarter. I want to see a little bit more from Stel here because the wrecking ball. I mean, they had their moments, they really did on Kings Row, but we talked about the kind of questionable, the kind of like maybe questionable choices on the defensive side, especially if you want to come out with the wrecking ball where you need to play a little bit better or have a lot more value, but you were just struggling to find the value there. I mean, you saw the rest of the team there from Girl Gang. Multiple swaps came out for them. They were just trying anything to help out Stell as well as be able to find picks on their own. It just didn't necessarily all come together for them there. Lava Lilies, though, I mean, they're still kind of falling into the same things that they've been doing all series long, building up 5 ultimates, using them one at a time, maybe dumping 2, 3 into a fight and holding on to some. We saw that multiple times last round on Kings Row and back on Busan. I mean, you have to know this if you're Girl Gang that you're not really going to see a solo ultimate come out here from Lava Lilies until all 5 ultimates are ready.
Yeah, and that takes a lot of patience. So kudos to Lava Lilies for that. We are seeing kind of a lot of control when it comes to these ultimates, and yeah, the combos coming out have been really nice to see. The Terra Surge and the Barrage, I'm particularly a fan of. I think that you only ended up killing one, but it sends a message, I suppose. As
Hey,
we'll
you
take a
take
look
anything.
at. Yeah, exactly. We'll take a look at some of the highlights here from Busan, and this is looking very good for Lava Lilies. Just need
Mhm.
to clean up a few things here. Now, you did pick up that win from Girl Gang's map pick, so you gotta have some confidence coming into this next one that whatever Girl Gang is gonna throw at you, you at least know that you were able to weather that first map pick.
Yeah, and I mean, it's Kings Row, especially with Girl Gang playing that wrecking ball. You had to know that Girl Gang probably brought us there to say, like, okay, if the wrecking ball can work here, it can work on really any map. And it was mixed. The wrecking ball did find some value, but didn't find enough
Mhm,
there.
mhm,
But like you're seeing the highlights here from Busan, and this, like I said, after Busan was a very weird map because it was either one team dominating and the other just kind of not being able to respond back, and that was basically it. Like it was
mhm,
just that. No, whoever capped first, it was very. They did really good until they gave up the point, and then they just kind of
mhm.
looked like a shell themselves. Kings Row was a little bit more back and forth. I was happy to see that because it gave us a good insight to how these teams played. Lava Lilies, the swaps they made, especially on the defensive side, still don't know how Moonlights died there. Um, Especially going over to the Cassidy, I feel like really worked out for them. I I wonder if they swapped the Cassie after that. I think that might have been a strategic play. But I feel like the
Ah,
Cassie ended up working out very well for them there,
mhm,
especially on the defense side, because like we kind of talked about, you always hear the effective range of Cassidy. Now, especially on defense, second end of second point and third point push, Cassie's effective range is really, really good on Kings Road, finds a lot of value. Girl Gang, though, I mean, the Freya did very good. Stargazer, I felt like they had their moments, but I mean, they just weren't consistent on the Genji, which is something you really need out of your Genji.
Yeah, I agree. We see kind of the kill coming out from the blade here. It did feel like a lot of times when we were seeing these ultimates come out from both teams, it was kind of like in response to each other. So I feel like we were seeing kind of double blade happening at the same time. And it did feel like Plush Mush was they were maybe just kind of getting the better hand in that. That of course will come, with the supports and all of that as well. But taking that blade kind of versus blade, it did feel like Lava Lilies were kind of coming out ahead in those, which is good to see because I like when we don't have the Lucio in the mix, you're not gonna have that beat ready to go. Yes, you can kind of have the rally to kind of counter that Genji blade, but it's good to kind of recognize other ways to sustain through these ultimates, even if that means kind of pulling out your own.
Yeah, and I mean, that's been one thing that these 2 teams have done a good job of throughout the series, just sustaining through ultimates or just letting the other team use their ultimates. We've seen Girl Gang, we've seen Lava Lilies both back up completely out of fights,
Hmm.
just to make sure the ultimates really find that much value. And I mean, you're seeing one of these ult dump fights coming out here from Lava Lilies, 3 fights or 3 ultimates invest in that one just to get them to
Hmm.
the second point contest. And yeah, Stelbo was able to build up to a minefield, but it just wasn't necessarily enough as they were really looking to just stall out Lava Lilies there enough or a little bit to allow their team to come back in.
Yeah, agreed. This yes, the whip shot. Yeah, there it is. The replay sees all
Oh.
really, really rough for Girl Gang. But It's okay. No problem. There is a chance here. I mean, you are going to have to pull off a reverse sweep if you want to stay in this lower bracket and move on to those lower finals. So it's not impossible, but I mean, if you can pull this off, it's going to be as many matches as you could probably think of. And that can be really, really hard. You'd really love to finish these as in a 3-0 if you're Lava Lilies.
Yeah, especially at this point, being up 3-0, you're probably already starting to think about the next series and not want to go far in that one because, like we talked about, one of these two teams could potentially play 3 series here tonight, so fatigue will come into play a little bit. But looks like our third map will be Runasapi here, and we do know what our bans are. Lava Lily is going to be banning out the Kiri, Girl Gang banning out the Freya, which is interesting considering I felt like it was Girl Gang who was playing the Freya
Yeah.
more last map.
Vi was on that Freya and kind of made that swap over to the Sojourn, I think, as well. But yeah, I thought that the Freya was pretty good from Girl Gang, especially on Busan as well. I feel like the damage was coming out consistently. And then yeah, that Kiriko ban coming out as well. I do wonder if that means we might see some Ana gameplay on Runasapi.
Hey, I would love to see the Ana here. I feel like we're gonna see the same backlines we saw last map.
Yeah.
Or Lucio will come back into play here in place of that, in place of the Juno potentially. But I mean, this map definitely, again, you can play Wrecking Ball here. Girl Gang though, I mean, I was really saying when I saw this was the map pick, I was starting to question like, why not bring us to a map that's known for dive, something like a Watch Point, maybe a Dorado a little bit. But I think they're just trying to set it up here at this point. If they do start the reverse sweep here, Lava Lilies then has to pick those maps where the Wrecking Ball finds a lot of value, or finds a little bit more value than what you would think on maybe this map here. But coming out the gate, looks like Girl Gang, they want to play fast. So they're going to have the double speed composition right there. Lava Lilies, Iridescent back on that Junker Queen, which looked really, really good on that final point of Busan.
I agree. Yeah, the Junker Queen did look really good. I think this calm that Girl Gang is coming out on, maybe it's gonna be a little bit trickier to kind of find somebody with this Junker Queen. You have that Genji and the Tracer for Girl Gang, and then like you said, Dex, that double speed backline. This is gonna be just a whole lot of mobility on the side of Girl Gang, and you have basically like Moonlights and Sawyer with the CC from Lava Lilies to try and shut this down. We see the fight already coming out on this side. The Pushers does have their recall forced out. Doesn't look like there's going to be too much follow-up onto that, as a little tiny bit of bot progress gained here. Oh my gosh, beautiful hinder, and then the headshot onto Stargazer. Moonlights lighting it up here to start off, and Plushmush is going to find Jorbor as well. So Lava Lilies, they are going to get to start pushing this bot first.
And this Cassidy swap from Moonlight that they made about halfway through last map has just been really good for them. Girl Gang, they want to play up in your face, and Cassidy, hey, they will gladly take anything that is up close to them. They will just do so much damage, be able to melt you down and find a lot more value with their flashbang here. So Girl Gang, you might have to start thinking about maybe making a swap to something that can play from a little bit of a distance here. Stelbell, though, didn't die, which is one thing I kind of want to focus on here. Stelbell has been doing a really good job keeping themselves alive and getting out of dodge, but they necessarily need to start doing a little bit more for their team.
Yeah, we see kind of the dive come in there. Vixenly and Stargazer are trying to kind of work as a unit there, but the Lucio just kind of easily being caught out by Moonlight, who's already built up to this Deadeye. We see a little Tracer duel coming over here. Stelbell gonna come in for the cleanup, finding that kill onto Plushmush. Now, Girl Gang have an opportunity to push in here, and yeah, you see just the damage coming through onto Stelbell as they... Oh my gosh, I mean, Moonlight has been hitting so many heads so far in this map, and wow, checkpoint is going to be captured here for Lava Lilies, and they've actually already started moving past it.
Yeah, this is probably one of the faster checkpoints I've seen capped, and that minefield, I mean, you separate one and you do get rid of Moonlights, but I mean, it's not necessarily going to be enough in my opinion.
Yeah, we see kind of the split coming through, but it's really only Stelbell that's able to kind of follow up on that split, as we saw the other Vike and Vixenly kind of over on that coast once again. And still, the ball moving forward here for Lava Lilies. You did lose Sawyer. Their Cullah is just hanging on by an absolute thread. This Juno is going to be able to stay alive. Pulse Bomb connects onto Iridescent, and now with the tank gone from Lava Lilies, Girl Gang have an opportunity to stabilize.
And this is a desperately needed stabilization here for Girl Gang, or else, I mean, this map would start to get slowly out of your own reach here very early on. Granted, push maps seem to be the easiest map to come back on no matter what map it is here, but you look at Lava Lilies here, again, you finally saw Plush must use an ultimate early here, but they still have 4 ultimates coming up here. Girl Gang, they're gonna have, 3, 4 ultimates coming up here at a point during this fight, but that's not gonna be initially.
Ooh, okay, Blade is out. Stargazer immediately down to half HP. The shield bash from Sawyer gonna shut down that Blade before any damage is really done. And Iridescent's finding that kill onto Vixenly as well. The rally was committed there from Sawyer, but I mean, otherwise, Lava Lilies are, looking pretty good for their economy.
Yeah, Lava Lilies, I mean, they've been doing that all night when the Blade for Stargazer is ready. They always use one of their support ultimates, and hey, it exactly what it needed to do there. Stunned out the Blade, found Stargazer out, and now Girl Gang, they're going to have both their support ultimates in this fight. Not that far away from another minefield as well, but I mean, you have a Rampage if you're Iridescent that could really disrupt a lot here.
That's right. Okay, Pulse Bomb sticks double. Only have a sliver of HP. That Pulse Bomb is going to take down the tank from Girl Gang. And Mike does manage to find that kill onto Sawyer. So if Girl Gang can get a quick regroup, they will at least have a numbers advantage for this next fight.
They should definitely have a numbers advantage here. I mean, Sawyer not necessarily playing one of the fastest heroes in the game. It's going to take him a little bit, but I mean, right now, if you're Lava Lilies, you push the car into the home stretch here, and you're just going to kite out this orbital ray.
Oh my gosh, yeah, beautiful disengage here from Lava Lilies. And Girl Gang, because of this composition that they're playing, you don't really have anybody who can use that ultimate from range. As Stelbell tries to go in, does commit those mines, but isn't able to push Lava Lilies back far enough that those mines become an issue. And now, Lava Lilies, I mean, they're just pushing back in here. You lose Jorbor if you're Girl Gang, and I mean, Iridescent is looking to get even more aggressive, does still have this Rampage ready to go too.
And Girl Gang has to know that, but Vixenly and Vi, they have their own ultimates here. That beat is basically being held now for the Rampage from Iridescent.
Ooh, yeah, okay, Pulse Bomb goes in, doesn't connect. We do have the Deadeye coming out, and that's actually gonna pull this beat out from Vixenly, and it's not gonna be enough to keep Vixenly alive through that. Did it?
Did they? I don't know if they did. I think they might have. But I mean, this is just looking like Lava Lilies putting the final nail in this map and in this series. This was very much a one-sided affair here in our final map of this one, but Lava Lilies going to be moving on now to play Risingcord in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, this is the first step for Lava Lilies to try and get that rematch against Atlas, who is, I guess, hoping that they're going to be able to fight through this this lower bracket. But yeah, this sets Lava Lilies to potentially be that team that could play 3 matches back-to-back here tonight. So a nice first showing to get kind of all warmed up here, but they still have a long road ahead of them.
Yeah, very much a long road ahead of them here. Like I said, play Risingcord here next in a little bit. So they have a moment here to get a drink of water and get prepared for that one. If you're Risingcord, I mean, you're probably getting warmed up for your game. You've probably been watching this one here a little bit. But, I mean, you could tell throughout the series, Lava Lilies was getting better and better. That first map, it was back and forth. Like I said, a very weird map. Kings Row, they had their struggles on it. But then they all put together here on Runasapi. And I mean, the Wrecking Ball just didn't necessarily find the value there for Girl Gang, while the rest of the team was kind of struggling because of that. You did see the late swap to the Drunk Queen from Stelbell, but it was just a little bit too late for them there. But hey, still an incredible run here for Girl Gang to make it into this lower bracket semis.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you came to the kind of the very end of it. Unfortunately, Girl Gang not going to be able to find that rematch against Atlas, but a really strong showing from these teams. And I think, Dex, we kind of mentioned about how we were seeing both Girl Gang and Lava Lilies doing a really good job of kind of like reading into fights, you know, backing out when they need to. And that's really impressive to see from these rising teams. You know, that's something that even teams that kind of like that top level struggle with. So very clear to me why these two teams made it as far in Rising as they did.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, like I said, we still have 2 more series to go on tonight. Lava Lilies, you'll be seeing them again here very, very soon. They'll be taking on Risingcord. So everyone, we're going to throw it to a quick break and then come back with that series. Stick around. You are not going to want to miss it.
welcome back to Risingcord. It is the Car Rising lower finals now happening. If you are just tuning in, you missed a 3-0 coming out from Lava Lily, sending Girl Gang home. And Dex, now, we're not done yet. Lava Lilies take on the next opponent. It's going to be Sithcord.
Yeah, Risingcord fell against Atlas Kazoku in that upper bracket finals. I believe it was a scoreline of 3-1, and they definitely had Atlas on the tightrope at some times, really forced them in spots that they just weren't they weren't comfortable with here. But they're down here going up against Lava Lilies, who I think both me and you can agree with got progressively better as that last series went on, and especially that third map of Runasapi. It looked like they were almost unstoppable.
Yeah, exactly. Looking really good on both map picks from the Girl Gang squad. And yeah, looking better and better every time, like you said, showing some great flexibility in their hero compositions and really good kind of ult economy and just reading fights really well as well. So coming in, Lava Lilies are all warmed up to play against Sithcord, but Sithcord have that advantage where they could have been watching that match against Lava Lilies.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, they probably they should have been there, but they're also probably warming up at the same time. You don't want to come into this series cold, not warmed up at all, or else Lava Lily is going to be coming off of a really good final map. Coming into this one, want to carry all that momentum and probably just roll over you, which is exactly not what you want to see. But hey, we do know what the bans are going to be for our first map of the night of Ilios here, and it's going to be Sithcord banning out the Hazard and Lava Lily's banning out the Sombra. I like these two bans. I feel like these are two very, very safe bans for the first map.
Yeah, I agree. You're not going too far. You still have kind of maybe some of the more hard-hitting bans in your pocket, but both of these heroes very impactful on Ilios. Especially the Hazard, a really good option for kind of controlling those high grounds where maybe you don't want to run the dive, but you still want to be able to contest that high ground, and Hazard has that capability. The Sombra ban, very, very popular in competitive for sure. Sombra can always be a really impactful hero, especially at kind of shutting down tanks.
Yeah, I think we saw this last week in Sithcord series against Atlas, where Sombra was banned out map 1, and then we just saw Sithcord have have a Sombra player that was very, very scary throughout the rest of that series here. So Lava Lilies, I think they're just trying to make the same kind of play they made last series, but when they banned out the Wrecking Ball, win that first map, and then kind of just figure it out from there. Because I mean, the Wrecking Ball still did find some value throughout the rest of the series, but Lava Lilies got a lot better at dealing with it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Is kind of like finding, these teams obviously have been kind of playing all series or all season long, so you probably have an idea of kind of what the other team is looking to run. But yeah, I like this from Lava Lilies, kind of looking to shut down maybe one of the more impactful kind of heroes first, as we are going to move over, take a look at these rosters. So Sithcord, first time on the broadcast tonight, it's going to be Ninja on the DPS and Pink Raven on DPS. We have Nekotan on the support, and then on the tank, and then the supports we have Scythery and Withered here.
Yeah, Pink Raven was that one Sombra player I was talking about last week in their series against Atlas. But I will say this, not just known for the Sombra, they have a wide and deep hero pool here that they could bring out at any time and be just as scary on. Nekotan, though, I mean, they were a pretty good D.Va player last week, but again, a really kind of a flexible tank here as well. And same thing with that backline. I mean, really, this entire Sithcord team, very, very flexible when it comes to it. And I think at this point in the stage of the tournament, you need to have that flexibility.
Agreed. And then that's what we were seeing from Lava Lilies kind of in that last series. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of another team that has those depth of hero pools clashing against Lava Lilies, as we will take a look at them once again. So we have Plush Mush and Moonlight on the DPS, Iridescent the tank player, Kala and Sawyer on the support. And I mean, we mentioned it kind of in the first series there, but Moonlight is actually stepping up to fill the place of Meow. So a sub player in here for Lava Lilies. But I have to say, Dex, I mean, I feel like she fits right in. She's looked absolutely have synergy with this team.
Yeah, absolutely. Moonlights, I mean, she did an incredible job on the casting, those final two maps. I think made a big difference for Lava Lily's last series. So continuing that momentum here should be really good. Plushmush as well. Started off on Freya, but then just became kind of an all-round player, playing a little bit of Genji, found a lot of value there. We know Iridescent can play at least 3 tanks very, very good. And I imagine we're going to probably see some more throughout the series here as well. Kala and Sawyer, though, I mean, they were able to be flexible, which again, like I said, at this point in the tournament, you need to have some flexibility because you will probably be getting banned out here at least once.
Yeah, we definitely see the target bans happening throughout the series. Ilios is going to be that first control map here. So interesting to see that combined with that, as we said, Hazard and Sombra bans coming out.
Yeah, I bet. Hey, like you kind of mentioned here a little bit already, Hazard does find a decent amount of value here on Ilios, no matter what point it is. Ruins might be the most difficult point for Hazard to find some value on, but just still being able to use that violent leap to kind of get from point A to point B a little bit quicker does end up helping out. And it makes him very hard to kill on maps like Well and like Lighthouse, where even if you do somehow knock them off the map, a violent leap, a jagged wall, and then a wall climb up, they are right back into the middle of the fight. And you probably were celebrating a little bit beforehand here. But you see, Iridescent go over to what seems to be their kind of, I mean, at least from what we saw last series, probably their best tank on that Junk Queen. And I like to start off Nico, going to be starting off on the Diva. Again, kind of what we expected from them. Here, Pink Raven, though, the Echo, like I said, a little bit of a deep hero pool with them. When they can't play a Sombra, the Echo was very good last week. I would not be surprised if we see something like a Pharah come out from them as well.
Yeah, all right. We will have the TP out for Lava Lilies, trying to get just that little extra bit of space, as we do have that Lucio Kiri backline for both teams. And we're going to be meeting up over on the Mega here. It is going to be Iridescent on this Junker Queen versus Nico on this this Diva. It's gonna be Risingcord looking for a little bit more of a dive. The dive comes in. Nice Suzu to keep Moonlights alive, but oh, she's not out of the woods yet. He's going to end up falling. Iridescent, nice knife to find Withered here. So even numbers here, as Lava Lilies do have some bodies on the point, and we see Genji falling quite low. Plushmush will be able to get out. They stay alive in it. Kala D-Max the Diva, and now with Nico down, Risingcord don't have that tank, and that is going to be the percentage started for Lava Lilies.
Yeah, but again, this is something that we praised about these teams last series. It's going to be something we praise about this teams again this series. Once Nico got DMAC'd and got killed, Risingcord just backed up. They realized this wasn't a fight they should take. They just backed up. A smart play from them here early on. But look at Pink Raven and Yuka, already very highly, or at least over 50% on their ult charge here. They're going to be having those things ready to go here pretty soon. And that's going to give them a slight advantage because, I mean, you look at Moonlights and Sawyer, they're the closest ones on the side of Lava Lilies.
Yeah, Iridescent gonna find that kill onto Withered, gonna find the kill onto Pink Raven as well, and once again, kind of a little bit of poke face comes out, but once Lava Lilies find that kill, it's just full steam ahead.
And I mean, Risingcord, I talked about, them potentially building up to some ultimates that fight. Well, they didn't build up to them. Yeah, they're going to have the pulse bomb ready to go this time, but you're going to be walking into a beat. You're going to be walking into a Deadeye here from Lava Lilies. And I mean, Lava Lilies, they're playing aggressive, but they're playing smart. They know not to overextend, because that's what really ended up hurting them the first point last map here. So they have to play smart with it. And Iridescent, I had to give them some credit. They're not necessarily overextending right there, but they do find Nico.
Yeah, now Pink Raven does pick up that kill onto Sawyer, but Sawyer on the Lucio is going to be able to get back into the fight fairly quickly here for Lava Lilies, as they're really just kind of holding this choke point down.
And again, much like something we saw last series with Lava Lilies, all 5 ultimates are ready to go here, basically. In what is going to be a final fight situation with Risingcord, they're going to have 4. However, Withered being very slow, building up to their own Kitsune Rush, is going to end up hurting them here a little bit. I think if Kala throws out their Kitsune Rush here early on, you pair it with something like that Blade, you might already find yourself winning a team fight. But Moonlights, they have been a highlight.
Yeah, absolutely. So good at finding the first picks in these fights in the last series as well. We do see Pink Raven use that copy, but isn't able to build up to the ultimate. Now, the beat out from Sawyer and the blade from Plushmush is going to answer with a beat of her own, but it's not enough to keep her alive as the overtime burns down. The Kitsune Rush from Kala, making it so hard for Risingcord to push back into this point. The bomb, it comes out, but the touch, it's just not there.
And Lava Lilies basically picking up right where they left off from that Runasapi map against Girl Gang. Really not skipping a beat either. Maybe maybe that first engagement was when they kind of looked their worst because they lost, I think one person in it. But after that, a very, very solid round. However, we go to Lighthouse now, and this is probably the most dive map on
Mm.
this, or dive point on this entire map. And you even see Lava Lilies here making some swaps. I thought what they had worked perfectly, but they understand you really kind of need to play dive. You need to control the high grounds on this point if you really want to have a good chance of winning it. Sithcord not making really any swaps. Yuka did make that swap over to the Sode pretty late last round. And now you see Withered make the swap. Sithcord, these teams decided that
Okay.
up the comps.
Yeah, this is interesting. Moving over onto the Orisa here. Now, the Brig Ana from Lava Lilies is kind of yeah. We'll see how much value they can get from it against this Sojourn and the Echo, and now Neko on this Orisa as well. We might see a backline swap here from Lava Lilies, but they are set up comfortably on this high ground, so at least you aren't going to have a whole lot of pressure here, as long as you can stay alive. Now, we do see damage coming out onto Iridescent. Nice kind of jump back in here. Going to be able to get healed up from Kala on this Ana, and now. Ooh, okay, little touch there. The recall is forced out from Plush Mush, trying to follow up on the dive from Iridescent as Sithcord, with this Orisa composition, have just set themselves up, bunkered on point.
Yeah, and I like this from them. They understood that maybe knew that Lava Lilies was going to do something like this. So just bunker down on point, force them to take every fight into you here. And that's just going to force out some mistakes from Lava Lilies. But right now, you cannot lose Pink Raven. However, though, they get rid of Iridescent. And if you're Lava Lilies, you might be considering making a swap up here pretty early on, but Moonlights.
Oh, you can't count her out. I mean, this Cassidy has been so dangerous from her, as we see. Okay, Sithcord have ventured off the point just a tiny little bit. Nikotan trying to get some space as Pink Raven might not see Plush Mush, who is lurking in this backline. Okay, and wow, the nade from Kala is going to find that kill onto Pink Raven. So this is an opportunity for Lava Lilies to push onto the point. We will see Iridescence make that first engagement. No, the spin from Nico actually going to take out Plush Mush. So no Tracer here to follow up on these dives, but you do have ultimates ready to go. The Nano is available from Kala. We will see that go out onto Iridescent. The dive coming through will take out Yuga. Now, pushing forward onto the point has to be very, very careful. This is looking to maybe get that environmental kill. Doesn't quite find it. He's going to have the Terra Surge ready very shortly. Pink Raven briefly over onto that Cassidy with a duplicate. Isn't able to stay alive through it as the other Cassidy is going to take them out. Terra Surge committed from Nico here. Doesn't quite find any kills, but it does create a lot of space here for Sithcord to work with. We see Iridescent kind of in this backline trying to find the kill. Sithori, oh no! Sithori is going to find the better of the Winston, and with the overclock committed here from Yuka, Sithcord really turning it around on Ilios.
Yeah, and I just don't think Lava Lilies was necessarily expecting a bunker kind of playstyle. They're still finding picks, and they're finding them regularly. Oh my goodness!
Oh, the
How did that?
Plush Mush, that's great.
They don't touch.
Dang. Okay, that's really unfortunate for Lava Lilies.
Hey, give it to Sithcord. A great bounce back from them there. But Lava Lilies, it just seemed like they were struggling into that right there. The sustainability from that support line and from Nico was just a little bit too much for them to really deal with. There, because you always saw him finding Yuka, you saw him finding Pink Raven. I don't think Nico ever died that round there or that point there for Sithcord, which is exactly what you need. If you Lava Lilies, I don't think you can stick with the dive. I don't think it's necessarily something that is going to work out for you well in the long term. They're currently still hovering it. Again, though, it's so I mean, you could play it a little bit, but I mean, again, you're just seeing these teams decide that they're just going to swap up comps here.
Yeah, okay, we'll see Iridescent pick up that Orisa now. The TP out is going to give Lava Lilies kind of an opportunity to get set up on this point first here. With this Orisa composition, that is going to be beneficial, and they've actually pushed up kind of all the way here, and Sithcord just forced to basically back out and use your cooldowns before you've even really engaged in the fight. Okay, Iridescent falling very low. That beam from the Echo doing so much damage to the tank. Moonlights does pick up that kill onto Yuka, but Pink Raven finding her second, finding her third in this fight. She's just wiped out the back line of Lava Lilies.
Yeah, 4 there for Pink Raven. And like I said, Pink Raven, no matter what hero they're playing, They're scary on. They are very, very scary. Iridescent deciding to get off the Orisa right there because, I mean, focusing beam, hey, that's going to go through a Spirit Spin. That's going to go through Fortify. It will still do a lot to you. So the Winston provides a little bit better of an option into just Pink Raven and Pink Raven alone here. Same thing with Nico a little bit, just being able to kind of go through that defense matrix. But right now, if you're Lava Lilies, you need something to go your way because you're slowly starting to completely get out of this one. I mean, you were finding picks last round, but you never really won a team fight. You're now on like probably 3, 4, 5 team fights in a row that you just have not been able to win.
Yeah, and well, it's notoriously difficult to kind of push back into this as Kala is going to get cornered. Pink Raven picking up that limb, and with the Kiriko down, it's just Sawyer trying to kind of keep their team alive here, but Risingcord is set up on this point. A little bit of progress coming through from Lava Lilies, but it's not enough to flip the point, and Pink Raven does have this duplicate ready to go. We'll see 5 members of Lava Lilies back into this fight. This is their opportunity to push through, but they are going to be met with that duplicate. Deadeye comes out from Moonlights. Oh, Pink Raven on the Winston trying to find the kill. Actually kind of just uses it as a second life there, kind of taking all that damage from the Deadeye, and Nico is going to use that bomb fight squish kill onto Kala as well. The point did briefly flip over to Lava Lilies, but Risingcord going to take that right back.
Nico got a kill in every way you possibly could get a kill with D.Va there. You use the jets to bowl through someone. You got a kill with the D.Va's or with the Baby D.Va's pistol, and then you got a remacking kill. I mean, yeah, you're probably missing a bomb kill, but hey, you'll take the trifecta any day of the week right there if you're a D.Va player. But right now, Lava Lilies, they're coming with the 4 good ultimates here, and this is a fight that you desperately need to win because if you don't win it, you're basically putting yourself at maybe 1 fight territory.
Okay, well, starting off strong here, both supports taken down from Risingcord, and Pink Raven does trade out Moonlights. Okay, I mean, Pink Raven's still alive, gonna find Kala, and it's not looking as good for Lava Lilies as maybe they were hoping. You have this Primal Rage from Iridescent that's gonna have to try and keep everyone in the fight. You do take out Nico 10, so you aren't gonna have that tank on the side of Risingcord, but you do have the Orbital Ray from Withered. You have this Overclock from Yuka ready to go, and that Orbital Ray just helping Withered do so much more damage. The duplicate now from Pink Raven, going to be the tank for her team for a brief moment there, is taken out, but the damage is still there for Pink Raven, able to find another kill onto Kala. Overtime is still active here. Lava Lilies have to keep somebody on this point. Only 2 members alive. It's Sawyer and Iridescent trying to keep their dream alive on well, but it won't be enough. Risingcord starting off with a win.
And I mean, after that first round on Ruins, I just thought it was Lava Lilies was just picking up right where they left off, but Risingcord, I mean, a good bounce back from them, but really, you want to start this bounce back for them. The player you're seeing right here, Pink Raven, they were absolutely terrifying on this Echo, and Lava Lilies really had no good response. I don't think they died maybe more than once in those final 2 points. And it made a big difference. Focusing beam always was melting down the tank. They were always landing, it seemed, all 5 of their stickies. And then they were just finding so much consistent damage that there was nothing that anyone on the side of Lava Lilies could do there. So a great start here for Risingcord, putting themselves 1-0 up in the series.
Yeah, trying to get this done as quickly as possible so they can move on to that grand finals. Like we kind of mentioned before, Dex, no matter which team wins here, this grand finals match is essentially going to be a revenge match. Both of these teams sent down to this lower bracket by Atlas, so both of them hungry for that win. And of course, you don't want it to be too long of a night, so if you could wrap it up quickly, that's definitely what they'll be looking to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you're someone like Lava Lilies, who, if you do come back now in this series and have to go on, you'll be playing, even if you win the next 3, your 8th, 9th, and 10th maps of the night in the finals, guaranteed here. So it's going to be something that where fatigue will definitely start to come in here, but give it up to Risingcord. I mean, that first map, that first point of Ruins, they just looked like they didn't know what was going on. It seemed like they were lost a little bit. They weren't necessarily playing as a team. I would have really loved to see the Junk Queen come back out there on Lighthouse for Lava Lilies. It just seemed like they kept on going back to Winston, but I just don't think the Winston was necessarily finding the value that they were truly looking for. And even when they were so close to winning a team fight, Pink Raven was still able to keep themselves alive, never died, and just basically kind of won that final fight for their team there. Yeah, everyone else for Risingcord came back into that engagement as Sawyer and Iridescence was dying, but still, Pink Rain was just able to do so much there.
Yeah, really nice adjustment from Sithcord to the way that Lava Lilies were playing. It felt like maybe, yeah, that first submap of Ruins, maybe just kind of figuring out what Lava Lilies are kind of trending towards. Because like we said kind of earlier, Lava Lilies was so flexible in that last series that maybe even if you were
Mhm.
watching it, doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna have a good read on what composition they're gonna come out on. So yeah, starting things off on Lighthouse with that bunker composition, really nice to see them kind of adapt to this playstyle from Lava Lilies. And then once you kind of get set up on well, it felt like Sithcord were doing such a great job of kind of controlling these angles
Mhm.
and keeping enough point presence that even when Lava Lilies were sometimes up in numbers in those fights, you only ever let the point flip very briefly.
Yeah, and I mean, it was only that like 16% that Lava Lilies was able to have in those final 2 points combined. I mean, it wasn't really a good showing for them on those two ones. And they, I mean, give it up to Silkcore for also shutting down Moonlight, who had been doing so much, Iridescent, who has been doing so much well. And that backline for Lava Lilies it was all just kind of shut down there. I mean, it was something that
Mhm.
we hadn't truly seen all night long, even back on Busan in the first series against Girl Gang. It was always Lava Lilies backing out of fights pretty early on after they lost one or two members. This time around, though, we were seeing whole team fights actually end without Lava Lilies backing out because they were just all dying. I mean, it's a good kind of showing here from Sithcord. But hey, we do know what our second map of the night or of this series is going to be, and it's probably one we would have loved to have seen last series. But we see it this time. We're heading to Gibraltar.
Yeah, the classic dive map. So, this is going to be Lava Lily's pick here since you didn't win out on Ilya. So, anticipating that we might be seeing the Winston or the Diva because I do believe that we've seen both of those
Mhm.
from Iridescent already. So, it'll kind of just come down to kind of the bans here. We did see them pull out the Anna Brig on Lighthouse as well. I think Anna Brig very they didn't end up into a composition that really Anna Brig had a chance to shine in, but definitely on Watch Point Gibraltar you could kind of rotate back to that more
Mhm.
stable backline to survive some of these engagements, including, I mean, Pink Raven, she could definitely pull out the Echo here as well, so you have to be aware of that if you're Lava Lilies.
Yeah, the Echo could come out here. The Sombra is now back in play.
Yeah.
For the outside Lava Lilies, you probably have Hazard back, and that would what I would assume to be the tank you're going to go after a little bit more. Winston kind of struggled into what Sithcore was playing last one.
Mm,
Diva, I don't think you'll necessarily, if you're going to be playing anything, you might be banning out the Diva here. Because
mm,
if you see an Echo ban, then it's just targeting Pink Raven, which I think
yeah.
throughout the entirety of that first map as it went on, yeah, Pink Raven was doing a lot, but the rest of the team for Sithcord really started to pick up the slack there a little bit as well and really gave Lava Lilies a lot of problems.
Yeah, I agree. We'll take a look at some of the replays here just while we wait for those hero bands to come in for this watch point map. And yeah, like you said, the hazard back in play and a lot of like kind of just the high ground control is really nice to see. And with the, I mean, we said we were kind of hyping up Pink Raven on this Echo, but like you mentioned, kind of when we were looking at the rosters decks, I mean, this is the kind of known for her Sombra as well. And Watchpoint, once you kind of get the Sombra into that backline, can be so impactful. And
Mhm.
especially if Lava Lilies do kind of come out on this hazard where that tank is a very kind of cooldown based tank.
Yeah, absolutely. But I feel like that's what we'll see Iridescent come out on. It just seems like to be the one tank that is kind of good into dive composition or playing
Mhm,
into against a dive composition for them. The Winston it had its moments, but it just always kind of seemed like it was in the wrong spot at the wrong time, just absorbing a little bit too much damage. I mean, as you see the final fight break out here, I mean, again, I'm just a good all around map there for Sithcord. Yeah, you could look back at that first point saying like, was that really good? And the answer is no, not at all. But they understood the assignment. Like you said, they kind of learned from how Lava Lilies wanted to
mm,
play. But I think Lava Lilies also allowed Sithcore to kind of play what they truly wanted to play. I mean, it seemed like the Drunk Queen on that first point did give them a lot of problems, and then just never showed it again. They'd rather play the
mhm.
Winston instead, which I get it, especially on the two maps that they were. But I felt like the Drunk Queen might have been able to do maybe a little bit more than what the Winston did.
Yeah, exactly. And that's hopefully we see Lava Lilies kind of adapt as this goes on. I think that we did see them do that, like we said on kind of that first series.
versus Girl Gang is that Lava Lily's kind of like really ramped it up in the second and the third map, winning that first map as well, but definitely not as clean as those next two maps. So Lava Lily's, you know, you were warmed up mechanically, but now you have kind of an opportunity to, you know, warm up your adjustment, warm up your play style to how Risingcord is playing here. And I think taking us to like Watchpoint Gibraltar, where we did see some dive on Ilios, and I do have to say, I think Risingcord looked really good on that dive, especially on Well, but taking it to just kind of a different type of dive. We're going to see a little bit more kind of control of this high ground, a little bit more stationary. So a little bit of a different play style, which hopefully will feed into what Lava Lilies is looking to do a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do know what the bans are here for our second map. It's going to be Lava Lilies banning out the Diva, which I thought this would be the move here. I thought this would be the correct move for them. Make sure that, you know, their tank for Risingcord has a little more in that tank pool than just Diva. The Ashe, though, the ban out for Risingcord, that's an interesting one in my opinion, since we haven't seen Ashe all night long from Lava Lilies. So, I mean, I would assume we see the Cassidy, but Ashe makes a little bit more sense, especially just for this map.
Yeah, the Ashe is going to be able to kind of get onto those high ground. You have that coach gun for the vertical mobility, and also you have the coach gun to basically just deny any kind of dive onto that high ground, especially if maybe Risingcord is anticipating the hazard as well. Just kind of that is one more kind of a cooldown. No, Risingcord's not anticipating that. It's not going to help you with your hazard, but the dynamites as well can be very impactful on Watchpoint Gibraltar, and also can be really good if Risingcord is maybe looking to run out on this Echo again. I mean, we were thinking that maybe Pink Raven would move back over onto the Sombra that they were known for, but look, well, Risingcord is going to be on the attack, so it's really just Lava Lily's composition that we could look at for now.
I mean, right now, I mean, we're just seeing a mirror match here, and it's not necessarily the biggest surprise. Winston's very popular on this map, finds a lot of value, good at just going up and down, which is exactly what you want, especially for these first 2 points. Risingcord, though, I mean, you do see Pink Raven making the swap there to Sim for the moment, but that's just going to be to TP that support line to that opposite high ground for them so they can get set up pretty easily. But I think the name of the game with this one is kind of looking at Plush and kind of looking at Yuka here in these Freyas, because this is going to be the most interesting battle, because you have to imagine Yuka is going to be heavily focusing in on that support line. Nice anti-nade out there, though.
Yeah, the teleport was anticipated there. Kala throwing that anti-nade out. That is going to be able to pick up or support that kill in onto Yuka. And Gotan also falling very low on this Winston, but safely out of the LOS to get healed back up.
Yeah, and I mean, an attempt was made there by Risingcord. I mean, you see that a lot, just trying to TP to the bridge, but Lava Lilies was completely ready for it here. But now if you're Risingcord, I mean, you have to figure out a way to get up there on your own. It seems like it's just going to be what the normal attacking team does here. Push that cart as far as they can, because the defensive team will really allow that cart to get to about the bottom of the valley before they really even start battling it. But Moonlight's shutting down Pink Raven. Hey, they're off to a good start here.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to take out Nikotan on that Winston as well. Iridescent looking for a little bit more. Not going to get too great. I like this from Iridescent. You just basically need to force those supports out. You basically already won the fight because you found that kill onto the tank. And doing a good job here. Lava Lily's holding this high ground really well.
Yeah, again, though, you see the dive out there from Nico, but if you're Risingcord, you really need to find something here early on, find a pick. And you're kind of, again, looking here at Yuka, kind of looking at Pink Raven to just get in that backline, but right now they're just struggling to. Nice anti-nade again out there from Kala.
Oh my gosh, Kala is hitting such good nades and connecting onto both supports there. It looks like, okay, nice little whip shot. Slithery doing their very best to stay alive, and Iridescent actually gets punished kind of for that aggression to try and find that stagger kill here. Kala is going to find Yuka. Looking like Risingcord is going to be able to push this payload forward. Nice little kill coming out onto Plush much late there as well.
This might be the first point here. I mean, Moonlights is there with the pulse bomb. Iridescent's not that far away from a Primal Rage, but ooh, nice play there.
Oh, the pulse bomb connects onto Slithery. You know, had the presence of mind to kind of bash away from her team, but now you don't have the break here. Withered is building up to this nano. Doesn't quite have it online yet. We have the Bola ready to go. It does some damage to Yuka, but Yuka is able to find that kill onto Plush Mush first here, and Sithcord looking like they want to put this first point in the books, but we do have this primal ready to go. The nano kind of forced out here from
no.
Withered onto Nikotan. Oh my gosh, Yuka. Nice bola onto Moonlight, and that is going to be the payload. Moving on to second point.
Yep, that's a little bit of a misstep there by Lava Lilies, but I mean, if you're Sithcord, you will gladly take that. And hey, you still have 2 really good ultimates here to push through the second phase here of Hanger. I mean, the only thing that Lava Lilies is going to have here is that nano, and it's going to be the only thing they have for a while. So you need to be smart with it here. If you're Lava Lilies, you need to win a dry fight. And almost getting rid of Nikotan there would have been that dry fight win you needed, but with them not dying, I mean, Nico's right back in there, already pressuring out Kala.
Oh, the packs come through, but now it's gonna be the Primal Rage. Just kind of knocks Kala away here. Gonna have Moonlight, or Pink Raven try to find that kill. Not quite gonna do it, and actually the nade coming out. Kala finding that kill onto Pink Raven. The anti-nade does hit Iridescent, who did pick up that nano. Gonna be able to stay alive through it. A rally from Sithori really protecting this Ana on the high ground as we will see Sithcord kind of just regroup a little bit, get Nikotan healed back up before they go back in for this engage. Yuka on this ship trying to control this high ground does actually force Iridescent to kind of drop down from there, all the while a little bit of a scuffle happening on the point. Nice whip shot, not quite gonna knock Iridescent down onto the low ground though, so still some pressure being put onto the supports. Anti-nade. Iridescent falling very low.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh, from Pink Raven, the bomb connecting onto Sawyer. Plush Mush falling as well. Now Iridescent is going to find that kill onto Pink Raven. We have that bola committed. Doesn't quite find anything, but Iridescent still alive in this fight and doing damage. Kala now gone though, so that's a big source of healing gone from Lava Lilies as this payload is creeping towards that checkpoint, but now we have the numbers there for Lava Lilies, and Sithcord will just have to back out.
Yeah, and finding Yuka out there late is a huge addition as well, because I mean it's gonna just slow down Sithcord here, and now you can kind of take you know a look at what you have here. You have your own Bolo, you have your own rally, and your own Primal Rage here. If you're Lava Lilies, Sithcord, I mean they've been pretty consistently with investing ultimates here in these fights. I mean you're only gonna have the Nano, which hey, that could win you a fight on its own here, especially if you give it to someone like Nico, who's been finding a lot of value here on this Winston so far. But if you give it to Yuka, that might just be something that really throws Lava Lilies off, where you're gonna have to be watching out for damage. But these anti-nades from Kala, they have just been impressive.
Yeah, the timing not quite there for Iridescent, gets left, but actually managed to get that Primal off, and Yuka finding out Plush Mush here. Big damage gone from Lava Lilies as Iridescent trying to find something. Is kind of zoning these supports off, so Nikotan maybe not getting as much healing as she'd really like, but doing a great job of just kind of working around that as these supports just living forever in this mega. Now, the dive in from Nikotan does force out the rally from Sawyer. Ooh, Nico getting so low. Yeah, gets the nano from Wither just to stay alive in this fight. Nice little boost of HP there. Trying to focus down Iridescent, who actually did get a nano for herself. Now, we have the bridge up on this high ground. The rally is ready to go. Oh my, okay. Sawyer does fall, but otherwise, Lava Lilies is finding the kills here. The Pulse Bomb out. Sithori not gonna have that rally online. Gonna hold on to that for the next fight.
And I mean, this is gonna be a final fight here if Sithcord does not end up capping the point here. 1.4 meters, and I mean, you are so close. Yuka getting onto a little bit of a mobile hero now, going over to the Soj. Lava Lilies though, they have really no ultimates coming up, but hey, with Plush Find Withered out here, that's exactly what you need. You need a dry fight pick.
Yeah, 10 seconds now. That Ana is going to take so long to get back into this fight. You see the touch coming through. That Pulse Bomb, like you said, is ready to go. Probably not going to look to put it on the Tracer just yet, as we are going to have that rally coming in from Sithori. Right on the point, finds Moonlight's out. The Pulse Bomb stick does come through from Pink Raven. It chunks down Iridescence quite a bit, who doesn't quite get that Primal online. And Sithcord in overtime, moving into third point.
And hey, I mean, a good kind of fight there for Sithcord. They had everything go their way. Nico finding Sawyer. Okay. You could not allow that to happen. I understand you're trying to stall out or stagger out Kala, but don't lose someone because of it there. But hey, a minute left to go here, and this is a very difficult point to kind of push through because of just this turn here. It really is a good choke, and the defensive teams have found a lot of value with it here lately. But right now, Lava is in a good spot. They have a couple ultimates coming up here, and the anti-nades from Kala have still just been very impressive.
Yeah, Plushmush is going to use that bola. Falling kind of low, had quite the angle there. Is going to be able to get out, and Iridescent's following up on that damage and finding both supports from Risingcord. That is sending them back to that 3rd point spot.
And right now, I mean, if you're Lava Lilies, you're back in a spot where you really like. Risingkord's basically on Final Fight territory. They have no ultimates coming up here. Yeah, Yuka and Wither could build up to their ultimates in this fight at some point, but that's really it for them. You have your Nano, you have your Primal Rage. You're not that far from Rally, you're not that far from Pulse Bomb here. You're in a really good point, but you cannot afford to lose someone early. But again, the anti-nades coming out from Kala.
Oh my gosh, and then Kala's gonna hit that Nano onto Iridescent just for the cleanup here as well. Really nice positioning kind of up on this bridge. Plushmush, ooh, okay, he's gonna pick up 2, does end up finding themselves as well, but yeah, the overtime ticking down. That is as far as Risingcord is going to get. But hey, they did make it at least to that 3rd point.
Yeah, which sometimes, especially on this map in particular, is all you really need. 2nd point is incredibly difficult, and even 1st point, especially at the end, is very difficult because it's just such a long walk from the attacker's spawn. And I remember Lava Lilies mistakenly gave up the 1st point. I don't think they would have ended up winning the team fight that they gave up 1st point on. But, I mean, a couple seconds here and there makes a difference, especially on 2nd point when you remember that Risingcord captain in overtime. But, I mean, Lava Lilies, they were able to shut down Pink Raven, which I thought was a big problem with them last map. Nico Tan didn't necessarily find the same amount of value they were finding on that Diva. They still did pretty good, but I think the stars of the map so far for Lava Lilies has to be Kala. Their bio nades have just been incredible. It always seems to be finding Withered or Slithery out there, and Nico in really important times. But we're starting to see, for the first time this map, a little bit of a difference here. Yuka actually be coming out on the Cassidy, which is something I thought we'd see a little bit more from Lava Lilies, but they stuck with the Tracer Freya throughout the entire 1st round. It ended up working out for them in the end, but I mean, there were really points where I thought the Cassidy would have worked out a little bit better for them.
Yeah, it'd be nice to kind of have this anti-dive capability of the Cassidy, because we saw those anti-nades from Kala coming out and almost immediately kind of followed by Iridescent. Maybe not finding kind of all the kills every time, but if you had that Cassidy to kind of put some pressure on the Winston, you could kind of come up in the fight if you're Risingcord.
Yeah, and I like that play there from Lava Lilies. Instead of just TPing onto the high ground, TP into the into the low ground, just go up to the high ground yourself here. Nico, though, very low early. Kala gonna get antied out here, but Nico is the one still looking a little bit worse for wear, but on that high ground, they're gonna be safe here for the moment. But a good first engagement there from both sides, as, I mean, you're still trying to get full health with almost every member of Risingcord at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of shift damage coming through. Plushmush on this Freya. You do see the Tracers kind of battling on point as Moonlight is trying to get some progress on the point. Pink Raven doing a good job of kind of contesting this, not letting that payload push for free all the while. The fight happening. Okay, has the backup from Plushmush now on the low ground as well. We did see Withered fall early there, so Risingcord isn't going to have that Ana to try and keep them alive through this fight, and that is going to be Risingcord just kind of backing up, waiting for that respawn to come through.
And you're already seeing Yuka go back over to the Freya here. I mean, I like the cast, but you need to find a lot of value with it early on, and I mean, you got taken out by Plush there. And Plush on this Freya has been doing good so far this map. They need to keep it up here, though. But already, you're in Final Fight territory here for this 1st point if you're Risingcord.
And now you've got Sawyer and Kala set up comfortably in this server room. Yuka finds Plushmush, but otherwise, I mean, Iridescent just finding kills here. This Winston able to create a lot of space and find the follow-up, and that is gonna be the 1st point collected here by Lava Lilies.
Almost 5 minutes on the time bank here for Lava Lilies, and I mean, they made that 1st point look very easy. It was a casual kind of walk for them. Risingcord, I mean, a swap there for Yuka, as I already mentioned, back over to the Freya, but they were never necessarily able to get truly set up. But hey, Pink Raven, okay, find the back line. That's a good way to get your team back in this round.
Oh my gosh.
Iridescent got denied by the door.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Doesn't quite, make it out as Pink Raven. Yeah, finding 3 and just ending that fight there for Lava Lilies.
Hey, Sithcord needs something to go their way, and why not have it be Pink Raven that gets them that kind of spark they're looking for here? But you look at Lava Lilies, they're coming up to, 4 ultimates here. Plush not that far away from getting their own Bola, which, I mean, comes up pretty fast. They're able to land shots. But Sithcord, I mean, they need something to go their way. Pink Raven, though, being slept and then put to slip permanently is a good way to start the fight if you're Lava Lilies.
Ooh, yeah, you gotta be really careful trying to get a dive onto Kala. Gonna be able to hit those cooldowns pretty consistently. We do see Yuka finding Plush Mush here. Sithcord are gonna have to deal with this Nano from Iridescence coming in. I mean, Yuka's gonna find the Sawyer as well. So, looking like the Nano came out, but didn't quite find what it was looking for.
And now if you're Moonlight, you're just trying to get out. Yuka, Pink Raven going to make sure that both Kala and Moonlights cannot get out. So, hey, it was a little bit of a rough, scrappy fight there, but Sithcord, they stopped Lava Lilies yet again. You did get that, and like you talked about, the Nano did come out. Who did it go out onto? I mean, the world may never know, especially with the person dying. But Pink Raven, again, you cannot allow this player to get hot. They will just tear your team apart.
Oh yeah, and she keeps resetting kind of on that high ground, so just like lurking, ready to kind of triple blink in through the side and follow up on this dive from Nikotan. Looks like Moonlight has become savvy to that, is going to be able to dislodge Pink Raven, but I mean, no, she's back. You gotta be really careful because this high ground control, it's a really good angle to be able to take onto this attacking team. Now, we do see the Primal online here for Nikotan. Does get slept briefly, but back into it. Is gonna be able to find that kill onto Plush Mush, but I mean, Iridescent is in her backline with a Primal, finds both supports there from Sithcord, and it's looking like if there's another fight to be had here, they're gonna have to pull it together quickly.
There's definitely going to be one more fight here. Lava Lily doesn't have 3 members on the card. Sithcord's going to have the opportunity to come back in here with a Pulse Bomb, with their own Bolo. So they're going to be in a good spot at the moment. But Lava Lilies are playing smart, but you really need to keep Iridescent alive here to really, get the second point.
Oh, Iridescent's falling so low. We see a Pulse Bomb kind of just thrown out there, actually kind of just zone Sawyer into a corner there. Oh, Pink Raven just barely missing that mega health pack as Kala is going to be able to take out that Tracer. However, Nikotan has been able to find a couple kills of her own, and with Yuka finding Kala here, Sithcord shutting down Lava Lilies as they just approach that second checkpoint.
And you're just crossing over the 100-second mark left to go here for Lava Lilies. And I mean, one we've highlighted throughout this series here, or this series and last series, Lava Lilies, they like to build up ultimates and save them all for everyone on the team to have one. That was that last fight right there where they really decided to invest some ultimates, and now they kind of put themselves in a little bit of a bad spot. You really need to build up some here pretty quickly. Sithori has their own rally. That's going to help them out here if we do see a quick engage into that backlines from Iridescent or Moonlights.
Okay, we see the nade connect onto Iridescent, but the Winston gonna be able to stay alive through that. Nano going out onto Iridescent. Sithori is gonna use that rally in response. Nikotan getting absolutely shut down on that dive. The burst damage from the Freya just a little bit too much for the Winston to deal with. As we do see Sithcord in this mega room. Rally has now depleted for Sithori, and that's going to be the go button. Plush Mush is going to find that kill onto Yuka. I mean, Withered, though, taking out Sawyer.
The point! Moonlight's got the point! Moonlight's got the point! Oh! I saw them going towards the cart, but I thought someone from Sithcord would have gotten there in time. And now, 2 minutes left to go, and Sithcord, I mean, Lava Lilies has already pushed his card halfway, and Lava Lilies is now in a really good spot with Ultimate's about to have 4. Sithcord, though, about to have 4, almost 5. So, I mean, it's going to be a pretty heavy ult investment fight from both sides when it comes out here, but I'm really watching these Freyas here because they've been doing so much for their teams, especially with finding these first picks. Oh.
Okay, Bola is out. It hits 2, but the recall is there for Moonlights. We saw the Pulse Bomb come out from Pink Raven. Didn't quite connect or find any kills, but the damage follow-up is going to be there. Moonlights and Plush finding their equals there, and the kill onto Withered as well. The Nano did get out onto Nikotan, who has this Primal Rage to try and stay alive, but an anti-nade from Kala gonna be able to find that onto Nikotan. The Primal dying away. Just a final contest here for the DPS of Sithcord, but Lava Lilies have the numbers. They clean up the kills, and they find the win on Gibraltar.
I mean, if you're Sith Cord, you're kind of maybe kicking yourself about how that second point went. I mean, you were doing a really good job slowing them down, and you just kind of lost all momentum after that. But Lava Liz, hey, they fought. They really did fight this map,
Mhm.
especially on the offense side. They kind of walked through point one, but point two might be one of the most difficult points in the series to kind of push through in any of these escort maps. And they were able to do it there pretty well. I mean, yeah, they got stopped a couple times, but you normally expect that here. A good back and forth map, though. I mean, you had Pink Raven popping off. You really did see Lavalu's DPS line step up. Iridescent, I think, made the biggest difference on that Winston, just being able to find so much. But I think the one person we really have to talk about for Lavalu's is Kala, especially their defensive performance side. Playing that honor, the anti-nades were just so deadly, especially towards those last couple fights where they were finding it always seemed like that entire backline for
Mhm.
Sith Cord.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see from these Annas as well. The nade on yourself to enhance the healing can be very helpful, but especially when you're looking to kind of engage first in these fights, being able to land that anti-nade and having your Winston kind of follow up on it, that's exactly kind of the rotation that you're looking for. And it felt like Lava Lilies were pretty consistently making those cooldown rotations happening and finding the value with it. So, yeah, like you said, Dex, back and forth, but yeah, Lava Lily's tying it up here, and that is really good news for them because we were, maybe a little underwhelmed kind of on Ilios, but turning it around and kind of finding their stride once again.
Yeah, they needed it there. They really did. I think if they got held to that second point, well, yeah, they would have lost the map anyway. But I think it just would have put them in a little bit of a bad spot throughout the rest of the series here. Like they desperately need this map to go their way because you don't want to be talking about a reverse sweep going into map 3, needing to have to keep your team
Mhm.
alive. You find that win there. Lava Lilies now. I mean, you know you're gonna have the has back. You know you're gonna have. I forget who Sith Cord banned out
The
of this
Ash.
map. The Ash bat. The Ash
Yeah.
seems like one that was a little bit
Yeah.
questionable since we haven't seen Lava Lilies play the entire series. But you have Hazard back, especially going to these next couple maps where Haz will find a decent amount of value no matter what the map is. It's going to be good for them. But same thing for Sith Cord. I mean, Pink Raven, they've showed us that they have a decent bag here. And we haven't even seen
Mhm.
that Sombra that we kind of expected to see from them here tonight. But it's been the
Mhm.
Echo, it's been the Tracer. I mean, we still have. Right, I feel like this is a 5 map series coming up here.
Yeah, I definitely think you're right, Dex. I mean, we've seen like kind of each team is winning out their own map pick. So now we're going back to Sith Cord's map pick. So this is going to be an opportunity to maybe send us to a map where, yeah, like you kind of mentioned, we hadn't seen the Sombra just yet. So maybe you have an opportunity now to like take us to a map where it's going to be a little bit easier to kind of run that Sombra. I think that even though you kind of lost on Gibraltar here, the dive is still looking pretty good for Sith Cord. So if I were them, I
Mm.
wouldn't be too concerned about maybe taking us to another map where you end up in this dive mirror because there's just, small things that you need to clean up. And I think that you'll be able to put up just as good of a fight as Lava Lilies did.
Yeah, and you have to remember Diva was banned out here this last map,
Mhm.
and that was a tank there for that was the tank. Crap. The tank for Sith Cord really excelled on the Diva, especially after first point of Ruins got out of the way there.
Mhm.
They looked great on the second point of Lighthouse and Well. And you really did see it there. Like, Lava Lilies struggled into it at points. Yeah, you also had Pink Raven popping off, but the Diva was there to just cause a lot of commotion. So now, I mean, you're probably having a lot of these heroes that you would consider probably your best coming back into the fray now for the entire series for Sith Cord. You're probably feeling pretty comfortable right now that it's only a 1-1 series.
Yeah, exactly. And they get to pick the next map as well. So you have that to kind of work with. And we won't be able to go to a control map or to that escort map type. But I mean, we still have push on the board. We have flashpoint, and we do still have hybrid on the map as well. So potentially taking us to one of those kind of flashpoint maps could be really nice.
Mhm.
I think that Sombra especially could really shine. I'm thinking Sarathasa specifically, but you can definitely, force it on New Junk City as well.
Yeah, you definitely could. I feel like it's a little bit more of it is really truly a force on New Junk City. Especially at least just for the Diva. Sombra will still find value, I think, on any map coming up here. But if you're Sith Cord here, I think you're going to bring us to probably one of those push maps. And no, I'm wrong. We're seeing King's Row here again.
Oh.
So I mean, that kind of tells us. I mean, that really doesn't tell us a lot, actually. I mean, we normally look to say, hey, it's a brawl map, but like we highlighted last series, you can play really anything. We saw Wrecking Ball here. We saw Orisa last series when we saw Kings Row. And I feel like we're not going to be seeing the Wrecking Ball here, but we might see Diva. Orisa's probably back on the table. Junk Queen is back on the table. There's a lot of options here now back on the table.
Agreed. And so I was kind of saying that, the dive matchup from Risingcord really wasn't that bad. I don't think that they were struggling with it. But I mean, if you're not maybe feeling as confident on it, you could kind of take us to Kings Row, move yourself back over to more kind of like a rush style, which, could work out as we do take a look at the bans here for Kings Row. So Risingcord are going to be banning out that Freya, and then the Ana ban coming out from Lava Lilies.
And hey, I think they made the same ban last time when in their series against in the series against Girl Gang.
Yeah.
So this just seems like probably a little bit more of a map ban for them, where they just don't want to deal with Ana on this map, which, hey, very, very understandable. Risingcord, it seems like they don't want to deal with the Freya, even though they were playing Freya a little bit last map. Not necessarily a big surprise. I mean, the Freyas have been finding a decent amount of value here, so if you're going to be seeing anything in the terms of hit scan, I mean, you have Cassie coming back into play now. If you want to play Ashe, Soj is still there. I mean, we could be seeing some really interesting comps coming out here from both these teams.
Yeah, and you kind of touched on it before, like we had seen some Wrecking Ball, probably not going to see that now, but I think that the Diva could be really nice here, especially where Lava Lily's banning out this Ana. We saw that they were like really, really focused on kind of setup on that high ground with your Brig. They were running the Sojourn as well. So having that, potentially running that Diva, if you're Risingcord, to kind of put some pressure onto the high ground. What we really need to watch as well is I would really want to see Lava Lilies put a little bit more kind of point presence, because that was one of the things that we saw kind of from both teams, both Lava Lilies and Girl Gang, in the last time we came to Kings Row, is that so ticks were kind of just slipping by, and we weren't seeing a whole lot of pressure being put, or contest being put on that first point.
Yeah, it seemed like both teams were really more focused on just the fight. Rather than the point. So like a tick or two would go, and you just wouldn't see really any contest. And once it was halfway through that third tick, then you would start to see a contest come out from the defensive team, but they were already behind the 8-ball a little bit, and just ended up hurting both teams last series. So like you said, I really hope we see a little bit more point presence here from these two teams. Risingcord will be attacking here first. Lava Lilies gonna probably be showing us what they want, and this was someone we didn't see last series. The Ramatra come out from Iridescent, Moonlights onto the Soj, and Plush Mush back over to the Genji. That the Juno Brig backline, probably what we expect here from both sides. Risingcord, though, this is a very interesting comp if they do stick with it, but my feeling is they're just teasing us here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we could, May definitely could be an option. Zarya, I just fear she doesn't get a whole lot of play time anymore. And if you stick on this May, also, where Lava Lilies are so focused on kind of getting set up on this high ground, you're going to have a very, very nice rotation from your team to kind of get up on here before you can use that, those May cooldowns. And, okay, well, Dex, I guess this is it for Risingcord.
I don't hate it. I mean, Zarya, I think right now falls in that category of not necessarily meta, but not the worst tank in the of all the tanks here. Especially if they get highly charged up, it's scary to be going against Zarya.
Yeah, exactly. And this Genji from Plush Mush gonna have a tricky time here. Nekotan, with the help of every single person on her team, are going to take out Iridescent there. And Risingcord have just kind of cracked this point wide open. We see the remaining players of Lava Lilies that were set up on that high ground just backing all the way out. 2 ticks now, and the third is going to be collected here for Risingcord as they start this payload moving.
Yeah, and this is what I said. I mean, especially if Zarya can get highly charged up. We saw there. Nico was at like 75%. Yeah, they had help from the rest of their team, but that beam does so much damage to everything on the field. Lava Lilies, I feel like if they get kind of rolled over this fight as well by Nico and the rest of the team, they might be making some more swaps to counter out this Zarya.
Yeah, I agree. Especially, moving Plush Mush off of this Genji, where you have the Zarya, the Mei, you have the Cassidy as well. It just feels like everybody is going to be able to do damage to them on this Genji. We do see Form kind of forced out here from Iridescent, finding some damage, not a kill, but Yuka kind of getting caught out there. They were kind of rotated away, but immediately, I mean, Neko
so high charge, able to take down Iridescent, is going to fall. So at least Lava Lilies have taken that Zarya out of the fight, reset that charge as they look to stabilize here. And this means the Lava Lilies are going to get to hold this choke point.
That's huge for Lava Lilies, especially considering that they lost Iridescent first in that fight. Like, that was the first person they lost. I mean, they did a really good job in Pink Raven. I mean, there's a reason that Iridescent fell. That Ice Wall coming out there basically stopped Iridescent from leaving. But right now, look at the ultimates here. You're going to have basically almost every ultimate ready here. I would think the grab would be the last thing to come up online, and you might want to combo that with the Orbital Ray. But no, Orbital Ray is actually out here first. Risingcord wants to play fast.
Oh yeah, the Blizzard from Pink Raven as well, gonna find 2 and immediately just kind of pushing forward, finding those kills on a Plushmush and Sawyer. Iridescent does pick up 2, but Pink Raven able to finish off that tank and actually kind of pushing up a little bit. We do have Kala and Moonlight still holding close here, but looks like they will be able to get out without being staggered.
Yeah, and I mean, Lava Lilies, though, you only invested the overclock, so you still have 4 good ultimates here, but you have to walk through a grab. That's going to be the biggest thing you have to deal with. And the rally from Sithori might just be enough to get Risingcord over the edge here, especially when that grab does come out here.
Okay, Orbital Ray from Kala comboed with this Blade from Plushmush. The rally was used from Sithori. It wasn't enough, but the Deadeye from Yuka is going to shut down Genji. It's a little too late as Lava Lilies do push forward, find the kills, and yeah, gonna get the late kill onto Yuga as well.
And hey, a great fight there from Lava Lilies. Only used 2 ultimates, won the fight, got 2 ultimates out from the other side, so an even trade. And you know that grab is ready. You have Sawyer here with the rally to kind of counter it out, and probably as well as the annihilation from Iridescent. I mean, you want to probably only end up using one of those when the grab comes out, just to try to make sure you're keeping up a good fight after the fact there. But Iridescent getting very low here early on, and a nice ice wall out. This is exactly how Risingcord wants to play this.
Oh yeah, the annihilation basically forced out by that ice wall, but I mean, it's working in Lava Lily's favor. The rest of the team there to kind of support Iridescent as she pushed forward despite falling very, very low. And Lava Lily's, I mean, you hold on to that rally too. This grab's still online.
The grab is online. Pink Raven, though, not that far away from a Blizzard, which might honestly be what Risingcord is trying to get to at this point. You know, try to force out something for the Blizzard or something for the grab and have the other one follow it up. I think that's probably the play they're going for here. But I mean, Risingcord actually, no, there's the grab coming out now.
Ooh, okay, it connects onto Plushmush. They are able to find that kill onto the Genji, but now Sawyer looking to push back in with her team. Pops that rally. The form out from Iridescence means that Yuka is going to fall there. All evened up here, but Kala finding Withered Eggs. Lava Lily's actually coming out ahead in this fight. The wall not going to be enough to stop Kala. Just going to jump right over that. Keep Iridescent all healed up. And wow, I'm impressed with this hold from Lava Lilies.
I am too, and I really thought Nico was starting to get something going there with the Zarya, especially after they had that first point pretty fast. But Risingcord, I mean, it just seemed like Lava Lilies, they have just taken Street Phase and understand what they need to do with it there. The grab only finding Plushmush is not what you wanted. You wanted Iridescent, you wanted that backline, but you missed on both. And the Blizzard, though, out here in Pink Raven, gonna be able to freeze up Iridescent.
Yep, nice little wall there, and you're gonna take out the tank. Moonlight's falling to that railgun. Plushmush does find Withered here, who almost has that orbital ray ready to go. Lava Lily's backing out, will be able to stay alive. This Plushmush going a little bit low, actually is getting chased here. Both supports are alive for Lava Lilies, will be able to get Plushmush out of that fight.
And right now, if you're Lava Lilies, you have this Orbital Ray, you have an Overclock, which is coming out right now, but you also have an Annihilation, which should mostly be used just to stall at this point.
We see that an Overclock not quite finding anything. The Orbital Ray committed here from Kala. Wither did respond with one of her own as well. Is going to fall, however. Plushmush being taken down by Yuka. Nice little headshot as Moonlight finds Yuka. Now, the numbers are there for Risingcord, but the Annihilation is there for Iridescent. Okay, Nekotin is going to fall very low, but has the support there from Sithori as we see the wall on point, just trying to keep Pink Raven alive in this. Nice torpedoes out from Kala. Doesn't quite find a kill, but is doing a whole lot of chip damage. We see this grab ready to go. The form has been forced out, and the Blizzard out from Pink Raven as well. Iridescent taking Sithori out before she falls on her own. No Brigitte here for Risingcord. Oh, no Withered either. The grab comes out, no support there. The cleanup needs to be there for Risingcord, and looks like it is as the second checkpoint collected.
Yeah, but good job by Lava Lilies. Really getting rid of that huge time bank that Sithcord had there. Only a minute 44 going in this final push. And you also get out a couple of decent ultimates here. A couple of ultimates also take some time to build up. The Blizzard and the Grab. I mean, they're out now for Sithcord up until maybe the final fight here. And if you're Lava Lilies, you're coming up to 3 ultimates. And they've done a good job just, holding on these ultimates throughout the night. But here comes the Blade out early from Plush.
Ooh, okay, nice slow field out to stop Withered from kind of flying away from this Blade, and Sithori taken down as well. The Blade, a nice clean fight from Lava Lilies on this third point.
And I mean, Lava Lilies now going to force Sithcord under a minute here. Sithcord will have the overclock, and I mean, Yuka needs to really find 2 with this here. Lava Lilies will definitely back up if they find 2 with it here early on, and that's exactly what they're probably looking for. But Plush in this backline only has the dash as the escape here, but here comes the overclock from Moonlight.
Oh, the overclock is there for Lava Lilies, gonna find that, shut down Yuka, and now Lava Lilies looking to hold strong on this corner. We see Sithcord kind of backing up a little bit. Don't want to get out of the fight entirely since their spawn is so close, and Yuka is back into it now. The Meg has actually gained the high ground. Pink Raven has this Blizzard ready to go, but no, Nekotan taken down, and okay, yeah, that is going to be the disengage from Sithcord. The orbital ray from Khaled coming out, just forcing them all the way back to spawn.
But who's your touch if you're Sithcord? Who is your touch? If you're Lava Lilies, I'm surprised you're backing up here. I would really try to make this a difficult fight. You do see Pink Raven coming back in. That's your touch here. They're going to be able to get it. Now you're in a really good spot here, Sithcord.
Ooh, yeah, the Blizzard on point. Now, Iridescent does take out Withered. The rally's online for Sithori, but she can't stay alive through it as this annihilation from Iridescence is going to shut down this push, and that is as far as Sithcord will get on this attack.
I mean, a good kind of push here for Sithcord, but I mean, the cracks started to show up a little bit late. The overinvestment on this point, too, understandably from them, because if they did not invest the Graph and the Blizzard into that second point fight, there's a good chance you could argue they would have potentially lost it and not even got second point. But Lava Lilies, I mean, started off slow. They really started off slow. Let's be honest with ourselves here. But the second point hold was something that was really, really great. It's something that I really did not expect to see happen for them. I thought Nekotan and Pink Raven was a good 1-2 combo on that Zarya and Mei. But, I mean, Iridescent, Plush Mush, Moonlights, they all really stepped up to slow down Sithcord there and put Sithcord into a spot where it just really seemed like they were uncomfortable with their composition. They were starting to question it, it seemed, here and there. And the overinvestment of ultimates sometimes as well did end up hurting them for Sithcord. But Lava Lilies, I mean, we saw there a couple times they would lose fights early on and just back out, which is the smartest thing you could do in some of these situations because it allowed them to have these quick re-engages, which end up truly helping them out.
Yeah, exactly. Those quick disengages from Lava Lilies, just giving them more time on the clock to get more fights in, to build up to those ultimates, staying alive, not having that respawn timer kind of eat into your opportunity to build up some ult charge. Looking very good as they're hovering essentially the same composition on attack here. Plush Mush on that Pharah and Sithcord. We got some swaps coming in here for them on the defense.
Yeah, we're seeing the Ashe for the first time here tonight, and they had to be watching the series earlier on where they knew Plush Mush was going to come out on this Pharah. And hey, I like this for them. It means they know what they to expect here, and Yuka's going to be able to give Plush a little bit of a difficult time. But Iridescent sticking with the Ramatra here, going up into a Orisa here on the other side. I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them this time around.
Yeah, the poke damage from this Orisa and the cooldowns to kind of sustain through this Ramatra engage. A lot of sustain for this tank on the side of Sithcord. We see Plush Mush angle here. Needs to be careful as, yeah, that Ashe doing exactly what she needed to. Yuka, they will be able to find that kill onto Plush Mush. Gonna pick up that kill onto Iridescent as well. And just so much consistent damage coming out from this Ashe.
Yeah, and it's just a little bit too much for Lava Lilies to really deal with. I would not be surprised if we see some swaps come out here, but no swaps gonna come out just yet. I think they're gonna try this one more engagement, but after that, you're gonna have to start heavily considering making them because Plush is just gonna be put in bad spots anytime they try to peek around the corner by Yuka, so you're not gonna be finding the value there with the Pharah. But right now, Nico doing a good job just taking up some space. And, one thing we didn't mention was the fact that Withered is playing Moira here. I mean, decent amount of damage, good amount of healing as well. Not something you necessarily expect to see in Lava Lilies. I think they have to try to figure out if they get rid of Withered. I mean, you only have the Juno on the other side. Yeah, can still do a lot of healing, but you get rid of a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Pink Raven, the anti-air May is gonna find that kill onto Plushmush. Has built up this Blizzard as well. Going to go ahead, commit it. Nice little wall to kind of block everybody off. Does freeze up Sawyer there. Actually finds 2 on the other side of the wall as well. The kill's not quite going through, but oh yeah, the orbital from Slithery is gonna find that final kill on Akala.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, if you're Lava Lilies, you're coming up with these ultimates here, but if you don't find anything with them, you really have to consider making swaps because this competition is not working out for you the same way it did last time around. But your Sithcord, I mean, hey, the Blizzard was perfect there. You have your own Terror Surge, you have your own Coalescence, not that far away from a Orbital Ray, but hey, Coalescence is no longer there. This is the first advantage that Lava Lilies had this entire round.
Oh yeah, we can see Plushmush targeting Slithery. Now no supports on the side of Sithcord. Kala is taken down by Yuka, but with the investment of this barrage from Plushmush, finally, Lava Lilies break through this first point of Kings.
And all it really took was that first pick on the Withered, and everything started to fall apart there for Sithcord. I mean, Lava Lilies, I talked about having that last fight potentially being a heavy ult fight, but no, it was only Plush that ended up using an ult, and now you still have 4 ultimates of your own here. Granted, you are walking into 4 ultimates on the other side, and you have to deal with this Terror Surge that I would imagine is coming up here relatively soon.
Ooh, yeah, Neko just kind of was walking in there, is able to sustain, maybe just trying to look to get some cooldowns out before committing this Terror Surge. You have that Coalescence from Withered coming out in response to this Overclock from Moonlight. Moonlight's not quite finding anything, and the wall from Pink Raven splitting off Iridescence. The damage is there for Sithcord, and they are stabilizing at a really great spot that they'd love to play with this May.
Yeah, Archer is just difficult, especially when you add in a May and probably the Orisa there. It just makes it even harder to get through. The Terror Surge is going to be able to keep Nico alive here. And hey, no, Terror Surge is coming out right now.
Yeah, finds that kill onto Kala. The shield bash from Sawyer is going to keep her alive, but Iridescence falling once again. And
Orbital.
Sithcord maybe trying to find... Oh, okay, the Orbital committed. Yeah, you might want that back for the next one.
Yeah, you really want that back, but you're really banking at this point now. Either Bob coming out here, stall at the car for a little bit, allowing Pink Raven to build up to their own Blizzard. But look, you're already starting to see some members of Sithcord back up here, so they are probably expecting a little bit some ults to come out from Lava Lilies, and once those come out, it's probably a fallback from them.
Ooh, okay, yeah, the Orbital Ray from Kala does get kind of frozen up. Actually, I think that was the Blizzard coming out from Pink Raven, just behind kind of everybody. The bomb did come out as well. Is going to find value here. It's a big commitment for Sithcord to win this fight.
Yeah, it's a huge commitment, but I mean, you just look at the time bank and you know at some point you're going to probably end up losing a team fight here if you are Sithcord, but you just want that time bank down as low as it possibly can get here. And holding at Arches, yeah, you know at some point you're going to give it up here, especially when you look at Lava Lilies, 4 ultimates coming up here. If Sithcord ends up winning a fight here again, like Lava Lilies really would have to heavily consider making some swaps with, hey, there's an opening pick, now you just need to follow up on it.
Yeah, Nekotan down. Wither did commit this Coalescence here, and that's going to be combined with damage from Pink Raven on this May to find Plushmush, so the Genji is out of the fight. The Annihilation ready to go for Iridescence, should she so need it. Just using the form now, trying to find the kill. Moonlight's going to be able to follow up on that damage, and Sithcord kind of backing all the way out here. Looks like they will be able to regroup with Nekotan.
They will be. I mean, the car was so far pushed back that you know that there's at least 1 or 2 more fights that were going to happen on this second point. But, I mean, again, Pink Raven, that ice wall coming out there was huge. Not going to be able to find Iridescent, but Lava Lilies are still in a good spot here. You have ultimates, but, again, Pink Raven's Blizzard's going to be able to find Kala.
Oh my gosh, it feels like she always has the Blizzard kind of online. Nekotan pushed up very, very far, though, all the way in the back line of Lava Lilies is going to get punished for that. So, Sithcord, I mean, you don't have your tank now. We do have this Overclock from Moonlight ready to go, just getting grouped up here, potentially waiting for that kind of speed ring from Kala for this engage, but now pushing forward. We do see Sithcord at least backing up, trying to get out for that one fight, but Moonlight's using this Overclock, trying to find some picks. They are going to get that stagger onto Withered, so no Moira here in the... I mean, Sithcord has basically been pushed kind of into a corner here by Iridescence on this Ramattra. It's gonna have to use this Orbital Ray combo with the Terra Surge here. Doesn't find a kill, but is doing a lot of damage. Kala with those torpedoes will find Yuga. Slithery falling as well. This Annihilation doing so much chip damage, and then Moonlight's just absolutely cleaning up the remaining members of Sithcord.
And right now, Lava they're trying not to use any more ultimates here. I mean, this is the same situation that we saw last time around, or last series, where they use some ultimates, they have some left to go here, and there's not that far of a push left here. I mean, you're looking at Nikotan to basically get out there and contest this cart, because it's not that far. You see Nico get up on that high ground. The Blizzard from Pink Raven needs to get online here fast. If you are Sithcord, you desperately need to win a team fight here just to stall out this cart a little bit.
Yeah, there's still time on the clock, so you need to get a fight win here and then move on to the next one. We will see the rally committed from Sawyer here. I mean, it's just Nekotan trying to stay on the point. There's a blade in the backline of Sithcord. Plushmush just ripping Sithcord apart, and that's gonna be map.
Yep, gonna be map right there. And I mean, the Blizzard came online, but it just wasn't enough really there for a Sithcord. Lava Lily's now one map away from a rematch with Atlas Kazuku in that grand finals here. And I mean, they were so close to getting stalled out on that first point, but it was that play right there, actually the follow-up there from Plushmush. Just they found the one pick and they just never really looked back from it. And I mean, Sithcord did such a good job holding arches. Once they broke through, though, they didn't necessarily were able to regroup as a whole team, it seemed. Yeah, Blizzard came out, but the Blizzards really started to lose their value as that round went on, which was a weird thing to see considering they were finding a lot of value at the start of it.
Felt like they were doing a really good job of hitting those walls as well. It felt like Iridescent was kind of getting split by those walls quite a bit. But then, yeah, once we kind of see the map kind of progress and we get a little bit further away from those hard choke points, just not really able to find the same value on that May. But another close one here, Dex. So going into this fourth map. We'll see what Sithcord can kind of get done, try to turn some things around. Again, like their dive has looked pretty on par with Lava Lilies. I think the rush comp has looked pretty good as well. So now it's a matter of, I mean, you got two more kind of map types to take us to. We got the flashpoint and we got the push, and I feel like both of them, you're probably kind of more move towards this rush comp unless you end up kind of on, like, maybe I'm thinking Esperanza, you could maybe do the dive.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the only map that I could see you really trying out the dive anymore. And my feeling is this is like Sithcord is in a rough spot here because you want to pick the map that you probably feel like you're going to win the most, but you also might want to say, hey, it might not be the best matchup for us, but we feel like we can still come out on top and force Lava Lilies into picking the map that we feel like we can definitely win in map 5. But it's going to be interesting to see what Sithcord wants to come up with here, because, I mean, you have a lot of stuff back available now. I mean, Ana and Freya were banned out last map. You're going to definitely see Yuka and Plushmush probably come back out on those here. Pink Raven, I mean, we talked about them potentially playing Sombra at some point tonight. Haven't seen the Sombra at all, but I mean, Pink Raven, they've picked up any DPS hero, it seems, and just been able to excel on it here. It's just gonna be interesting, though. I mean, it really comes down to the map. I feel like if it's gonna be anything, I feel like we will be heading probably to Saravasa. That would be the guess that I would take here for map, just because I feel like it kind of fits into Sithcord's playstyle a little bit better.
Yeah, and at this point, like you really need to give yourself all the advantages you can if you're Sithcord. You're at a point where you absolutely have to win this next map. So you know, pull out the stops now. You want to have, you know, a little bit of gas in the tank for that potential 5th map, but you won't even be able to get to that 5th map if you don't pull out the win on the next one. So yeah, maybe taking us to Saravasa. And yeah, we talked about, I mean, Pink Raven has been so impactful on all these DPS heroes, but yeah, we haven't quite gotten to see that kind of signature hero just yet. So I feel like if you're going to pull it out, the next map has got to be it.
Yeah, it really does. But it might also just come down to what kind of map we go to. If it does find more value there, like, I mean, at this point, Pink Raven can pick any hero in that DPS pool, and I would be pretty confident saying they're still going to end up coming out on top of a lot of these fights. But I mean, you're seeing highlights now from the Lava Lilies attacking phase here, and I mean, they did a good job, especially once they got through this Arches choke. I mean, they really did. They maybe lost 1 or 2 fights after that, but they just did a good job understanding what their win conditions were. And that was one thing that was kind of missing, especially back on the first map of Ilios, where it just seemed like the win conditions were kind of thrown out the door for them, and a little bit on Gibraltar as well, and even a little bit on their defensive round on Kings Row, but they got better and they started to understand it a little bit better as the map went on, it seemed.
And this is exactly what we saw from them in that last series, right? Is that like as each map kind of progressed, lava lilies were just kind of getting better and better. So maybe didn't necessarily carry all of that momentum in from that first series, but yeah, again, kind of like looking like lava lilies are understanding Sithcord a little bit more kind of as these series go on and adjusting their play style really well, kind of finding a little bit more I think of the kind of discipline that we were seeing from them a lot more in that first series as this one's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they got a left hook thrown at them in that first map, and they just had to kind of recoil or recollect themselves after that. They've been looking a lot better. But right now, if you're Sithcord, I mean, you've done everything really, really well, and now your backs are against the wall, and you're probably feeling like we've been playing good. How are we losing these fights? How are we not up in this series here? I mean, hey, when worse comes to worse, it seems like Lava Lilies is able to pull it out here. Sithcord, though, all they really need to do is maybe change one or two things in a couple of these previous fights that we've seen, and they could be setting up 2-1 here. I mean, it's that close of a series. It's really why I feel like we are going to see a map 5.
Yeah, we do have map 4 selected, and I mean, this is a little surprising to me that Sithcord has opted to take us to Runasapi. I mean, Lava Lilies looked very, very dominant in the last series when they played Runasapi, so a little risky, maybe taking them back to the Runasapi, but hey, maybe you got seeing some cracks in the armor from that last series, and you have something up your sleeve for this Runasapi map if you're Sithcord.
Well, I mean, if you're Sithcord here, if you were watching last series, I think the smartest and probably safest ban to make would be the Jungle Queen. Hasn't been banned yet. Still there for them. I would feel like that would be the one you would make. If you're Lava Lilies, though, I mean, depending on what we see that the first ban go, it's gonna be interesting because I mean, you could see May play here a little bit, very off kind of pick, but you could see it. But I feel like they would stick on that support line here a little bit. Maybe ban out the Brig. Both teams have been using Brig pretty much exclusively throughout this series, especially since map 2. Try to break up that kind of synergy that both support lines really have, and expecting that your backline is going to be able to kind of respond a little bit better.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Runasapi does have quite a bit of flexibility in that kind of support line. The Ana, some long sight lines. Maybe you don't kind of have as like positional advantage to run the Ana here if you end up banning out that Brig. But I think we could kind of move back over to the Lucio Kiriko backline that we've seen a little bit. I think we saw that kind of on the first map on Ilios. And that is going to allow just a lot more kind of mobility in these compositions, honestly, for both teams. Even if Lava Lilies do kind of roll out on this Junker Queen once again, I think that the Lucio Kiri backline can work really, really well with that. Junker Queen has kind of that capability to sustain herself a little bit. The Lucio can kind of kite around with the DPS. So there's options in the backline, but I do agree that I think that it's probably time that we see support ban come out, maybe targeting these main supports.
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, speaking of bans, Ramatra for Sithcord, Kiri for Lava Lilies. So I'm not necessarily surprised by this one here.
Yeah.
At least for Lava Lilies. Sithcord, though, the Ramatra is a little bit interesting. I mean, if you're just going based off of what we saw last map, yeah, the Ram did give Sithcord a little bit of problems, but I felt like it would have been a little bit safer for the Jungle Queen this map. I feel like that's gonna be what we end up seeing Lava Lilies play, unless they think that Sithcord just gonna be able to shut it down.
Yeah, I agree that the Ramatra, finding a lot of value on King's Row, a lot of kind of corners and stuff that you can kind of hide behind. But yeah, just thinking of the last time that Lava Lilies played this, I mean, the Junker Queen comp was so strong, and with that Kiriko being banned out, I mean, we kind of mentioned, like, we could still run the Juno Brig here. Like, we could basically just go back to that backline, and it would be totally fine. You have the option... Yeah, you'd still have all these DPS on the table as well to work with, which I think, Moonlight's been doing awesome things on the Sojourn. We have the Freya kind of back in this as well, which we did get to see both of these teams playing Freya, and I think Runasapi, although there isn't, as much high ground for Freya to control, the sight lines are fantastic for her.
Yeah, absolutely. But one thing I'm starting to notice right now, I mean, you could definitely look at Lava Lily's bans here, as they were really targeting out Pink Raven that first map.
Mm.
But it seems like after that, they've just been trying to ban out around them, which is not the worst idea. At least make it a little bit more difficult for them. I mean, the Diva ban map 2 definitely did not go there. Actually, no, it ended up going their way a decent amount because it really did force the Winston mirror, which you did see Lava Lilies find a decent amount of success on. Not having it on a map 3, I feel like did end up hurting both teams, but maybe Sithcore a little bit more. So Kiri being banned out this time, I do like it. But Lava Lilies,
Mhm.
I don't think they played the Kiri on this map last time. It was the Brig Juno, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, I think you're right, Dex. That was pretty much the standard comp that we saw them running out on, and it was working really well. I mean, the Brig Juno was able to sustain through a lot of these engagements, and like I kind of mentioned, the Junker Queen has like a decent amount of kind of sustain in her shout. You know, she needs a little bit of help once her cooldowns have run out, but with that Juno kind of speed ring, and then Juno being able to heal from afar, it pairs really nicely with that Junker Queen, and I believe we saw the Genji coming out as well, so paired again, it just the kind of the 1-2 combo of like you get the damage done with a Junker Queen, and then you got Genji there basically just to follow up on it.
Yeah, which ended up working out great for Lava Lilies last time around. You also, I think you had the Cassidy back out there last time around for Lava Lilies, and that ended up just being
Mhm.
a difference maker in that entire last series. Haven't seen it much this series, but I mean, better late than never if we are going to see it. Sithcord, though, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what Sithcore needs to do here because, like I've already kind of said, I mean, they've been playing these last two maps really, really well, really close here. I mean, a fight or two goes Sithcore's way. It could be a 2-1 series, it could be a 3-0 series here, but
Mhm.
Sithcore now staring down the barrel of potentially being knocked out of the Rising series here at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Lava Lilies. You know, you lost that first one, but you've come back very strong, and maybe not the 3-0 that you were looking for, but hey, if you could clean it up here now, you have at least a little bit of maps saved as you move into potentially the grand finals. But Sithcord, this is their chance to fight back, stay in this, and Runasapi, it was their map pick, so not opting to take us to that Flashpoint map just yet. So we do know that, I mean, if Sithcord can pull this out, we will be heading there. And I feel like maybe Sithcord are kind of holding that kind of in their back pocket, kind of banking everything on you know winning this one, and then you get the solid map on Flashpoint. But it all will have to start here on Runasapi.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's gonna be really interesting to see what these two teams want to play. We're really expecting to see the Junker Queen composition that we saw Lava Lilies play against Girl Gang in the lower semis last series. Sithcord, though, do they go back to the Diva? Do they show us an Orisa? Do they potentially mirror the Junker Queen? No, it's gonna be over to the Diva, Pink Raven on the Sombra we've been talking up all night about. Finally showing up here in the potential final map of the series, but Lava Lilies, I mean, this is exactly what we saw them play against Girl Gang, and it looked unstoppable.
Mm-hmm. And I think Moonlight's on this Cassidy is going to cause a lot of problems for Pink Raven. I mean, Lava Lilies had to assume that at some point this Sombra was going to make an appearance, and having this like Cassidy plus like the Brig backline basically that are going to be playing pretty much grouped, it's going to be hard for Pink Raven to find the value on this Sombra. You really have to think about like if you want to use this for the engage, or if you want to play this as kind of the reactive Sombra where you're like waiting for the engagement and then going for the hacks.
Well, based off that, the initial overhead right there, it seems like Pink Raven is waiting for the engagement to really get into that backline and do anything. They got caught out, though. Someone was able to shoot them, so they know that Sombra is around here, but you have to be ready for it. And Pink Raven just get pressured out there a little bit.
Yeah, you get found out and immediately shut down. Nekotan kind of going in to try and follow up with Pink Raven, but again, to get demacked and shut down. And Lava Lilies, I mean, I think that they read that really well. They knew that, you know, Sombra was lurking somewhere and caught her out.
And I mean, again, this is exactly how we saw this map last time go for Lava Lilies. They won a first fight pretty quickly. Moonlight is already doing a lot on the Cassidy. We haven't seen much from the Cassidy them this series. And Iridescent back on this Junk Queen, I feel like it's just gonna be a little bit too much for probably that backline to deal with here. Especially, I mean, you're really right now, if you're Sithcord, banking on Pink Raven to find a hack and a virus onto someone, which you did right there, but it's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, the follow-up is there. The pack sub from the Brigida. Just instant kind of heal up. Okay, here we go. That's the engagement that we're kind of hoping for. Gala, though, managing to get out of that alive. Still has the speed ring. And, oh my gosh, even going to take one out on her way there. Will get cleaned up by Yuka. So no Juna for either team. Flush looking to find this kill onto Yuka. Will be able to find it. They get hit with the little arrow there, but going to get that health pack. And I think Raven finds Moonlights here, but Iridescent is just going crazy with this Junker Queen. Knife kills on Nekotan and on Pink Raven.
And again, another sub 2-minute forward spawns here for Lava Lilies. I mean, again, this is just their map, and we've seen the two teams they played against tonight already to say, hey, we're going to take you to this map. We feel like we can confidently beat you on it. Risingcord, though, coming up with some ultimates here, the EMP is going to probably be the most impactful one. That is an ultimate you need to be able to land, and one that you desperately need to find a teamfight victory off of.
Agreed. Pulse bomb. Okay, Moonlight has that Deadeye ready to go. Finds that kill onto Withered. The headshot onto Yuka as well. The bomb was committed there. Nekotan, though, not going to be able to get back in her mech, as it just seems like this Lava Lilies team just can't be stopped on this push.
No, it doesn't, and you lose Slithery out. Now you only have the EMP with Nekotan going over to the Zarya. Definitely a last-ditch scenario coming up here, but look at Lava Lilies. I mean, they still have the Rampage, they still have the Rally coming up here, and they're going to have an Orbital Ray here if Kala can stay alive. No EMP.
Ooh, yeah, no EMP here. Moonlight finding Pink Raven. Risingcord gonna have to try and stay alive through this fight. Like you said, Dex, there are ultimates online for Lava Lilies to kind of work with. It's gonna be the Rally from Sawyer coming out first. That really just gives the confidence for Lava Lilies to push forward. Yuka does find Kala kind of out in the backline. Wasn't in the range of that Rally, but now Yuka really split from the rest of their team, and with the rest of Lava Lilies kind of collapsing around them, even though Pink Raven alive briefly again gets shut down, so you aren't going to have the EMP for this next one.
And Lava Lilies just going to decide to back up here, and that's going to allow Pink Raven to come back into this next engagement. But look at what Lava Lilies has coming up here. They still have a Rampage. They still have an Orbital. They're going to have Deadeye, and Plush is not that far away from another Pulse here. The only thing on the other side you're going to have here is that EMP and the Rally. The EMP comes out, does hit 4. You need to win this if you're Risingcord.
Oh, yeah, you don't have the speed to try and engage with it because now your Withered is over on this Ana. Now you do find Kala, gonna find that kill onto Moonlights as well. And yeah, like you said, Dex, this is exactly what we needed to see. But Lava Lilies are still in this fight. They took out both supports from Risingcord, looking to push forward. Pulse Bomb, ready to go. We saw the bubble come out. The Pulse Bomb, it doesn't quite stick, but it does find all the damage that it needs to. And Lava Lilies, I mean, you kite out, you restain through an EMP, and then you're basically ready to come back in for another fight.
That perk that gives you 50% larger explosion coming in clutch there for Plush. But look at Lava Lilies still. They have 3 ultimates. The only thing that Risingcord has right now is the Rampage. And I mean, you are in final fight territory no matter what at this point if you're Risingcord.
Yeah, okay, the Rally from Slithery, and we see, okay, Lava Lilies falling low. Nice engage with this Rally. Risingcord really needed this, and they will be able to sustain through this and try and work their way back to their barricade.
Well, they stopped the bleeding, but the bleeding almost ended them, as basically, I think Lava Lilies is 5 meters away from capping and ending the map here, but hey, still half the time back left to go. We have seen comebacks happen on this map in the past. I imagine that Risingcord, especially with Desperation on their side, might be able to do it, but their Orbital is already out.
Yeah, the Orbital's out. The nade did connect onto 2, but the damage is just there from everybody on Lava Lilies. A team kill coming through off the back of just 1 ultimate.
But one thing I noticed there with Risingcord, once that Orbital Ray came out, they were completely fine saying, okay, we'll just lay over here. We'll let you guys kill all of us. They just backed up. They gave up that fight. Because look at what they have coming up here. They have a Pulse Bomb, EMP, Grab, and Nano. They are in a good spot here, but eventually you have to take these fights and you have to start getting something going the other way.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb out from Plushmush. Isn't going to find anything this time, but they are still alive kind of on this edge. Okay, the Rampage comes out. I mean, the grab from Nekotan, but it's hit with that Rampage. Even numbers here as the EMP was also committed there. Didn't see if that quite connected onto anything, but Lava Lilies still alive, and this Iridescent has a pretty good health pool as well to work with. Nice knife coming out. Now, there are no supports alive here for Lava Lilies, and that is going to prompt the disengage.
Yeah, it's gonna be a quick fallback here. I mean, those supports are gonna be able to get back in time. You're gonna have a rally. The Deadeye for Moonlights kind of loses a lot of its good opportunity to use it, especially as this map gets towards its end here. Sithcore, though, they have their own pulse. They have their own nano here, which you really need the nano to really win you this team fight on its own. As the Deadeye does come out.
And it finds Yuka as well. Tracer down, Withered is going to be get cleaned up there by Plushmush. Plushmush going to take out Sithori as well. Going to find Nekotan. No supports, no tank for the side of Sithcore. Oh no. Fake Raven almost finding Moonlights there with that virus, but the Cassidy is going to shut down this Sombra. And now looking good here for Lava Lilies to slide this barricade in. The rally from Sawyer just to sustain everybody through it. The pulse bomb, the only thing that could potentially come through here from Sithcore, but all of the kills going the way of Lava Lilies, and the bubble out from Nekotan, gonna be the last one to fall. Maybe just a touch here. Pulse bomb? Okay, it does connect. Not gonna matter though.
Not gonna matter there as Lava Lilies keeping this lower bracket run alive here. Gonna be going up against Atlas Kazoku in a I'm forgetting the words, coming up in the grand finals, but it's gonna be a revenge match. That's the word I was looking for there. But I think if you're Atlas, a word of advice: don't bring Lava Lilies here. Don't bring them to Peru. They know how to do it here in Peru, apparently.
Yeah, absolutely. Good advice. And I mean, Atlas, we know that they were really hoping for this matchup. So not only is it a revenge match here for Lava Lilies, going up against a team that knocked them down into this lower bracket, but Atlas sitting there in the grand finals, anticipating, hoping that they were going to go against Lava Lilies. We'll see if Lava Lilies can complete this bracket run. I mean, looks like they still had gas in the tank for this second match. So if they can keep this momentum going, we'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really fun to see them go up against Atlas Kazoku in that grand finals. Mostly because, hey, we talked about one thing coming into the night here. One of these teams in that first series had the chance to win the first one, win the second one, and be in that grand finals. But is fatigue going to start coming up here? Well, the same thing could be said for Atlas. They've been sitting there. It's past 11 o'clock EST here, which I know at least one of the players is in that time zone. So you're going to be seeing a team that's exhausted because they've been playing a lot, and a team that might just be exhausted because they're just tired here. So it's going to be really, really fun to see in the grand finals.
Yeah, that's true. Lava Lily's like, well, but you got the adrenaline pumping right now. You've just won out 2 matches and looking like very strong. Yeah, okay, you dropped the first match here against Sithcord, but you came back looking really, really good, especially like you said. I mean, don't take them to Runasapi. They look so clean on this. And this is, I think, where we really see kind of this discipline from Lava Lilies. One of the most important things with these push maps is like, don't get staggered out over and over again. Lava Lily's doing such a great job of disengaging from these fights, waiting for the respawns to come through, and that is what is winning them these push maps. This push map.
Yeah, I mean, Sithcore did put up a little bit more of a fight than what we saw Girl Gang do, but Sithcore, they just never necessarily seem to have a good answer for everything. The only kind of fight they won was one where they invested a couple ultimates, and Lava Lilies was completely fine with them investing those ultimates. They understood, like, hey, we're going to lose this fight, fine. We're far enough up that we could win one fight coming back and immediately put you guys back in with your back against the wall in the rest of this map here. But Lava Lilies, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a team have such dominance on a map like they do on Runasapi.
Yeah, right? And like just proving that like this wasn't a fluke the first time. Like this team knows this map. You are dominant on both of the times that you come to it. So that's really nice to have if you're Lava Lilies, because you know that like, if you need a map win, take yourselves to Runasapi. I mean, you've looked great on it, so it's always good to kind of, have that in your back pocket, know what, your prime maps are, because, in the best of 3 series, sometimes you might have your back up against the wall, and you might need to pull that out.
Yeah, absolutely. But with that being the end of our second series of the night, everyone, we're going to throw it over to a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to have our grand finals here in Calling Out Heroes Rising. It will be Lava Lilies Rising going up against Atlas Kazoku. You're not going to want to miss it. So everyone, we're going to throw it to a quick break. We will be right back.
Okay, welcome back. It all comes down to this Rising Grand Finals. We have Lava Lilies who just fought through the lower bracket looking for a potential third win in a row here tonight against Atlas Kesuku, the team that sent them down to that lower bracket. I'm Rain, joined by Dex here. This is it, Dex.
Yeah, this is it. And honestly, these are probably the two teams that we had expected to see at this point in the tournament, especially in the grand finals here. You see both teams' full journey on how they got here. Atlas Kazuki, like we already mentioned, kind of just ran through that upper bracket, only dropping one map to Sithcord. Well, Lava Lilies, as you've already mentioned, lost to Atlas Kezuku in that second round in a 3-0 sweep, and ever since then, they've played 10 maps and only dropped one of them here, so they might be the hottest team in the Rising circuit at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And looking to kind of keep that trend going here. And interesting because, yeah, like you said, like Atlas Kesuku lost kind of that one map to Sithcord. And Lava Lilies also just dropping one map against Sithcord. So you can definitely see just from how these two teams got here and the scores that they ended up with it. Yes. These are the two teams that we were anticipating to see in this grand finals. Even Atlas Kesuku themselves saying that they were hoping that Lava Lilies would be their opponents in this grand final.
Yeah, and I mean those are some bold words to really put out there before there's
Yeah.
any games played, and the team you're really hoping to see in the grand finals was still in the lower semis, meaning that they had to play a decent amount of maps before we got to this point. But hey, that was one thing we talked about with these two teams, just the fatigue, especially for Lava Lilies, considering they've already played 7 maps here tonight, but they are an all EU team, which is something I did not know coming to this one here. So it's about 6 a.m. And me and you were talking about during break. Well, let's hope these players for Lava Lilies potentially went to sleep before all the series got started and woke up just before they started playing. So they are really about probably halfway through their morning at this point, if they say woke up maybe 4 hours ago.
Yeah, I hope they had a nice hearty breakfast for this grand finals season. Now, we do have, the map we will be heading to for this first one to start us off is going to be Oasis, and we have gotten word that the bans have come through as well for both of these teams, so we'll take a look at it. Atlas gonna ban out that Kiriko. Lava Lilies coming out with that Hazard ban.
These make sense. Probably of any of the first map bans we've seen all night long. I wouldn't necessarily say these are targeting anyone specifically. These are just two pretty safe bans for a map 1.
Yeah, I agree. Especially heading into Oasis, where you got that kind of high ground to control. Now, I will say Lava Lilies has been running a lot of this kind of like Juno break backline, so the Kiriko band they'll probably be able to kind of work around that. Even though I feel like typically kind of on these control map point maps, we do like to kind of see that Lucio make an appearance. So sometimes running that Lucio Kiriko backline can make sense, but Lava Lilies have shown us that they are quite comfortable kind of working around these bans, as they do have a lot of flexibility in their hero pools.
Yeah, absolutely here. But I mean, why don't we introduce you guys to Atlas Kazoku here? I mean, we've been seeing Lava Lilies all night long. Atlas, though, they have been waiting for a while to get their opponent for their grand finals. You have CB and Chango as your DPS line, Edgy Mom as your tank, Estridia and Silsi as your support line here. Edgy Mom, I'm going to be honest with you here, Rain, might be one of my favorite tanks to watch in all the games I've been able to cast so far here for Rising. They have a deep hero pool, much like that of Iridescent on the other side for Lava Lilies, but it's going to be really, really interesting to see how that kind of back and forth goes with those two.
Yeah, I agree. The tank matchups are always so fun to watch. Of course, when you just have kind of that one player playing the role, it comes down to a lot of pressure on these tank players. But yeah, being able to see kind of like the flexibility from both sides, it's important. And let's take a look at Lava Lilies. We've been introducing them to you all night long, but one more for the show. It's gonna be a Plush Mush and Moonlights.
on those DPS roles. Iridescent, like Dex mentioned, on the tank. Kala and Sawyer, the support line for this team. And I mean, I've said it every time, but I'll say it again. Moonlight's in as a sub for Lava Lilies and absolutely helping make this run through the lower finals, and excited to see them in this grand finals as well.
Yeah, and like you said, we've seen this team now. This is their 3rd series. We're about to go in their 8th map in about 2.5 hours worth of play here. They're all really, really good players, all very flexible, which, like I've said at this point, you need to have flexibility in your roster, because if you have one person who is really good at one hero and not that good at the rest, you are going to be putting yourself a little bit of a disadvantage when you come up against these flexible rosters. But looks like we'll be starting out in City Center here for Oasis. And I mean, this does normally kind of tend towards to have a little bit of chance of dive, but it seems like a lot of times you could just see a lot of these teams just resort to something brawly instead. And that kind of seems like what we're seeing here.
Yeah, we will see potentially the Orisa mirror from both sides. TB is hovering the Mei as well. Maybe not a hero that we see too often here. So we actually see Silsey kind of saying no to this. So we'll see if this sticks.
This is CB trying to get us casters to talk about her potentially playing the Mei. No, no one's gonna buy that. Yeah, back over to the Freya.
Oh, yeah, the TP out there. We do see Atlas, Kusuko, and Lava Lilies are going to be meeting up around this jump pad. Spear out from Edgy Mom to start things off. Connects, but Iridescent's going to trade one out as well. And this Freya kind of matchup will be interesting to see. A lot of burst potential on these two teams. Now, we have Leon with the dash in, not going to find an Olymp, but is kind of forcing Lava Lilies back here. And that is going to be Edgy Mom just pushing forward. There we go. That's going to be the first kill coming through here. Sawyer is going to fall. CD, though, quickly getting traded out by Moonlight here as it's kind of back and forth. The point is going to be flipped for Atlas, Kesuko, and still the space being controlled here. Okay, Plush Mush is going to take down Edgy Mom, so no tank on the side of Atlas, Kesuko. It's going to be Iridescent just kind of getting healed up here, as they will have an opportunity to push back onto this point. And yeah, we will see the disengage from the supports here. Silsey not going to get out from that one.
It's going to be really interesting how much longer Atlas really stays in this fight. Down Edgy Mom, down Silsey here. You're going to have to give it up for free, essentially, here. But a really good play there by Iridescent to get Edgy Mom out. Edgy Mom maybe went a little bit too far up, and Iridescent just kind of javelin spun them into the arms of the rest of their team, looking to find a kill there. But one interesting thing that I want to kind of point out here, Iridescent, they didn't really show us a lot on the Orisa last series, where they were really being punished by the Echo play. But there's no Echo on the other side here, so they can play a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah, that's right. You don't have to be worried about that beam. Leon is going to kill. Oh my gosh. I mean, immediately it's going to be Lava Lilies finding some more kills. Nice Terra Surge from Iridescent there, and then just the cleanup. And it's a really good fight there for Lava Lilies.
And I mean, this has been the thing with Lava Lilies. We always talk about it because they played series. They played these competitive series, especially last one being back and forth. They're coming in this one probably a little bit better prepared than what they were going into the last series because of the back and forth nature of it. So they understand. They're probably all warmed up already. Atlas, though, I expect them to be a little bit slow here to start off and get better towards the back half of next point, probably.
A little bit of time to work with now. Leon is gonna pull out this blade, finds Sawyer right away, does pick up Paula as well, so there's no support here for Lava Lilies, and did commit that orbital ray as well, so you won't have that as Atlas hasn't quite flipped the point over. It's still Moonlight's lurking around on this tracer. The recall is forced out and will end up falling as Atlas able to pick up this point.
About an extra 10 free percent though, so good job by Moonlight's getting up to 71. But Atlas, I mean, you only invested the Terra Surge and the Blade in that fight. You're in a really good spot. Bolo is ready, and you have your own Rally and Orbital Ray, so you can pretty much deal with any kind of engagement that Lava Lily is going to throw at you this time around. But you kind of have to win a team fight fast, because like you just see right there, Sawyer now has her own Rally, which they're already using.
Ooh, yep, the rally is in. Orbital Ray out from Atlas, and it is going to be able to keep them alive kind of through this fight. Leon picking up that kill onto Sawyer as well, so Iridescent falling very, very low. Edgy Mom is able to take her out. Gonna find Plush Mosh as well, and Atlas, not bad.
Not bad at all, and I mean, that only costed you your orbital ray, and you got the rally, you got the bola out from the other side there. That's as good of a fight as you probably were really wanting. I mean, you're gonna take the lead here. You almost get rid of Moonlights early on. That would have been a devastating blow here, but now if you're Alice, I mean, you're in a good spot. You have a rally, you have your own bola, and Edgy Mom not that far away from their own Terra Surge. I mean, this could be, and probably will be, final fight if Alice wins it.
Okay, Lava Lilies though, finding that opening pick onto CB. It is going to be them pushing onto the point now. You have that Terra Surge from Iridescent ready to go. Estridia is going to pull out the rally here, trying to keep Atlas alive and healthy on this point. A little bit split from Edgy Mom, but Edgy Mom does have kind of the cooldowns ready to go. Has the Terra Surge ready to go as well. A lot of damage done onto Kala. The Juno has the moves though. Kala is going to be able to survive, and she actually takes out Edgy Mom as well. It's all looking good here for Lava Lilies to win this fight and keep it going on City Center.
And that was probably the worst case scenario there for Atlas, because you invested your ultimates and you just allowed Lava Lilies to basically build up to 4 of the 5 of their own here. It's going to be very, very difficult. Leon Kawada, though, they've been able to show us some stuff with the Blade already, finding 2 picks last time they had it, and still not that far away from their own orbital ray, but they really need Edgy Mom to take a decent amount of damage so they can build it up pretty quickly here, because you desperately need those in this next engagement if you really want to have a fighting chance. Moonlight, so this Pulse Bomb, that can get rid of Silsey here pretty early on.
Yeah, we'll see what they can get done with it. Is the orbital ray committed from Kala here, but there's the blade from Leon. Like you mentioned, the Brigida's gone from both teams here. The overtime has been triggered. Lava Lilies are on the point. Atlas Kefka cannot get off this point as Lava Lilies still in control. It is going to be the Orisa traded out here, so no tank for Atlas, and Lava Lily's looking good. You have that orbital ray committed from Silsey, but you just don't have the numbers if you're Atlas, and as there's just a few staggers kind of coming through, we have Iridescent alive on the point still, and it's gotta be a really good touch here from Atlas. We will see CB swap over onto the Sombra. Edgy Mom on the ball as well, just to try and keep this overtime alive. The Lucio is falling. Now, actually, Atlas coming back into this. You find the kills. The both DPS are now gone from the side of Lava Lilies. A lot of back and forth here. No ultimates on the board except for Flushmush, who is currently out of that fight. We have the Wrecking Ball alive on the point. Iridescent falling very, very low. The supports are still alive here for Lava Lilies, but the damage being focused on, you just see how long this Orisa can live for. The cooldown cycling, oh, was doing so good, but it's not enough in the end, as Estridia is going to be able to take down the Orisa. Back and forth, though. Flushmush back in this fight, had that bola, takes down Estridia. Oh, we are going to have the beat coming online shortly for Sawyer as well. It is ready to go. We will see that come out, connects onto 4 members. The hack comes through onto the Lucio, but it's not enough. Not in time for the beat, but we do have this blade coming from Leon. No beat now for the side of Lava Lilies. Leon gonna pick up 2 to start things off. Overtime still going as Leon finds the 3rd. No supports for Lava Lilies. The hack out onto Moonlight on the Tracer as well. Atlas cleaning up Lava Lilies. The team kill comes through and the overtime is gone.
I don't know how Atlas won that. I really don't. They all made swaps over to just heroes that were purely there to get touches. But I like Leon and Edgy Mom finding picks early on is what really helped them there. It's what probably ended up allowing them to have that time. And the other thing after that, Edgy Mom never died on the ball. Lava Lilies got them down low multiple times. We're never able to get rid of that Wrecking Ball, because if you probably get rid of that Wrecking Ball, you end that map. You end that round right there and win it. Same thing with Silsey. Silsey did a good job staying at the back of the point and just healing up Edgy Mom throughout that entire engagement. And just good job by everyone on Atlas. Understand, like, hey, we've been contesting this now for a long time. We cannot get off of this point. They did a good job always keeping 2 members on. And hey, you see everyone basically go back to what they were playing before. CV, though, going over to the cast. I like this.
Okay, yeah, the consistent damage. Maybe trying to shut down Moonlight on this.
Goodbye.
Jesus. Spear, oh, Iridescent's right off the edge, and the speed ring actually from Silsey still online, so it's going to allow Atlas to just push forward, take some space, they'll send somebody back to cap the point.
And I mean, that's the risk you take when you go up on that high ground, especially if you're playing 2 Orisas. You're always putting yourself at the risk of just being javelin or spear spin off of the map. And Iridescent learned that the hard way. Moonlight's gotta be able to escape with their life right there, but Atlas, they're in a good spot here, capping up first. Really, though, they really need to keep Leon alive here, because Leon did so much for them last point, and the Genji play for them has been great here so far.
Agreed. Yeah, we're seeing a whole lot of value from those blades, and also just kind of in the mid-fight cleanup. Yeah, there we go. Leon fighting that first pick onto Flush Mush. Now, Lava Lilies have kind of pushed towards the point here. Okay, the spear comes out from Edgy Mom, but yeah, we'll be able to get back up onto the point as it's looking like Atlas Yendo still holding on to this point, pushing Lava Lilies all the way back to their spot.
And I don't hate this kind of play here from Atlas. They're backing up, which is the smart thing. If they were going to stay up there and try to touch spawn doors and hold at spawn, it will only leave them in a bad spot here, but now they're falling back safely. You're coming up to a lot of ultimates here for both sides, but Flushmush has this bola ready to go early on, and if you land on someone in that backline, that gives you the opening you're looking for if you're Lava Lilies.
Yeah, exactly, and we did just see that spear spin come out. It's going to be the Terra Surge, and the blade from Leon is going to find that kill onto Soy. Now, we did see that that Bola come out from Flush Mush, but unfortunately, it just can't contend with the blade Terra Surge combo.
Leon's blade has been very, very scary here if you're Lava Lilies. It's been consistent. That's the biggest thing. A lot of the time with the blades, you see him maybe get 1-2 picks one time, no picks the next time. But Leon has just been finding 1-2, and they got a deflect kill right there. Not going to count as a deflect, but really the majority of the damage came from the deflect that they got on the Flush Mush there.
Yep, we saw that. We can confirm. Deadeye is going to come out from CB. Again, just finds the damage there that's going to allow Kala to fall. The rally coming through from Sawyer, and the Terra Surge here from Lava Lily. So looking to commit in on this fight. It is overtime. You need to try and flip this over. But Atlas have sustained through those DPS ultimates, and it's going to be the blade from Lights, but otherwise it's Atlas just holding strong with this rally from Astridia. Overtime is gone, and Atlas Kasuku is starting off with a win on Oasis.
And I mean, you could definitely argue that we should not be crowning a victor for this first map at this point right now. But Atlas, I mean, given how they played that first point, being able to somehow come back, take control of the point in overtime, and that overtime wake was already going to burn down very fast anyway, and it burnt down too fast for Lava Lilies to get back. Then second point, I think it all got started when it was just Edgy Mom javelining Iridescent off the map there. It put Lava Lilies in a spot they just couldn't really come back from, because it was just gave all the momentum that Atlas basically had from winning that first point and just added on to it there. It was very, very difficult for Lava Lilies to get anything going in University.
I agree, and I think that we saw a lot of that opening damage from Atlas Kesuko, able to kind of like find the kills on top of it. So we were seeing, you know, the deflects come in. We were seeing a lot of spears being hit by Edgy Mom, actually, like not just the one kind of off the edge, but like really getting value of like slamming people into the walls. It does a big chunk of damage when you get hit against that wall with that spear perk. So yeah, looking very good on this Arisa composition. Lava Lilies, I mean, you know, Dex, we saw last series they lost that first map, and then they proceeded to kind of like turn things around here. But I do think that this is definitely, you know, grand finals material. Atlas Kesuku is definitely going to be their toughest opponent tonight.
Yeah, it really will be, especially when you look back at how this first point went. Lava Lilies was really in control of it. They backed up on fights and let Atlas really take that point the second time they did, just because they lost members early and they were just trying to play smart. But Atlas is a little bit of a different team, a little bit of a different breed of a team than they played all night long here. Not saying anything bad about the other teams they played, but Atlas, they're in the grand finals for a reason. Been a very solid team all rising season here. So you had to know you're going up against a very, very tough foe. But like I said, Leon, we're seeing highlights here. I mean, 1, 2, 3, like, I don't think there was a blade that they had that did not find at least 2 picks with it, which is insane to think sometimes with these Dragon Blades, because like I said, sometimes they just whiff, they don't find anything, or they get put into a bad spot where all they have to do is basically hold up that deflect the entire time. And right now, if you're Lava Lilies, who do you shut down here? Do you shut down Leon? Do you shut down Edgy Mom? Do you shut down CB? Because I think no matter who you shut down, it's going to be someone else just filling the gap.
Yeah, it feels like all of the players kind of on this Atlas Kesko roster have like the potential to kind of step up and really pop off. I think that the supports we saw were doing a really good job as well. I mean, Edgy Mom is like living in these fights for so long. I mean, we saw her on like the Arisa staying alive forever on City Center. And then, like you mentioned, when she swaps over to the Wrecking Ball and doesn't die. And yes, that is good tank play, but it's also very, very good support play. The supports for Atlas really doing a good job of kind of focusing their healing kind of at the same time to really keep Edgy Mom alive through all of this. So it is going to be really hard for Lava Lilies to kind of find one person to shut down. But, you know, you've got the bans to work with, and now you've got the map selection to work with as well. And the last time that you had this happen to you, you proceeded to like win your map pick. So that's what I think Lava Lilies are kind of banking on right now, is that, you know, you got the map pick and you're going to have the opportunity to find one of those bans as well.
Yeah, and hey, they're bringing us back to Watchpoint Gibraltar, which when they lost last series, they brought us immediately here, won it. It was maybe not as clean as they were hoping for it, and honestly, they were probably hoping to not allow, Sithcord to probably push as far as they did on third point. But I mean, they did, and they were able to bounce back. They really got the ball rolling after their performance on Watchpoint Gibraltar last time around. It's gonna be really interesting to see who we see banned out. Is it gonna be the Diva again, considering we haven't seen Edgy Mom play Diva so far this series, or is it gonna be one of those DPS heroes? Because it seemed like the DPS heroes were really giving you a big problem there in that first map.
Yeah, and I definitely think that heading into Watchpoint Gibraltar, we have the opportunity for the Genji. All right, bans are in. Yep, it's the Diva ban coming through from Lava Lilies once again. Atlas Kesko banning out the Ana here, so I think that this is a good ban for them. We saw Kala hitting so many anti-nades on this map the last time that Lava Lilies were here. So taking that Ana out of the mix is gonna, you know, remove a lot of the utility and a lot of like the engage that Lava Lilies have been going for. They constantly, they were throwing the anti-nade in, following up with the dive from the Winston and finding really big value with it. So I think that's a really smart ban from Atlas Kesko.
Yeah, and it kind of disrupts what you really want to be playing on this map as well, with it just being dive. And that basically means if we probably end up seeing the Ana, no, my bad, the Brig Juno, maybe Brig Kiri out here, since Kiri is now available. But what is Atlas gonna do at the tank line? Are they gonna say play the Winston, try to mirror that? Are they gonna show us Hazard? Maybe Wrecking Ball could come here, Doomfist. I'm just talking about all the dive tanks here at the moment. But I mean, the DPS line is gonna be really interesting to see. Does CB go back over to the Freya here? Because I mean, she seemed to get off of it pretty fast, a lot faster than what she has been doing in past series. Going over to the Cassie, found some value with the Cassie, but I really feel like Leon Kawada was the one who kind of stole the show that first map on the Genji.
Yeah, I agree, and yeah, you could still run the Genji here on Watchpoint. I think, yeah, you bring up kind of a good point of like, what tank are they going to move over to? Because typically when you're playing, like, I'm thinking Winston specifically, like, you often are pairing that with the Ana. Like, Winston needs a lot of resources kind of put in. It's a more all-in engage with the Winston than it would be kind of with some of the other heroes, like the Wrecking Ball or the Diva, the Doomfist even. You're able to kind of get in and get out very quickly. So it'll be interesting yet to see if they maybe move over towards Doomfist or Wrecking Ball. I think if you're going to be running that Brig Juno backline or you know, a Kiriko, I think that having a tank that is able to more kind of take care of themselves would be very, very beneficial on this map.
Yeah, it really would, especially with how these two teams want to play. At least if you're Atlas, it seems like Edgy Mom kind of wants to be able to go off on their own and be able to sustain through a lot of damage and fall back to their two supports who are more than willing to heal them back up in a flash here. But looks like Atlas will be attacking, defending here first, and that gives them a good kind of idea of what to expect here. But you immediately see Edgy Mom coming out here on the Hazard, so it's gonna be a little bit of a different kind of play style on defense than you normally see here. I don't think you're gonna be seeing a lot of dives necessarily on this first part of the push, because if you miss it as Edgy Mom, you're basically giving yourself a little bit of a death wish here. But outside of that, Leon Kawada, I thought we'd see the Genji. Nope, on to the Tracer here.
Ooh, okay, yeah, I like this because we kind of saw it in the last series. Is that a lot of these times when the payload's getting pushed forward, it's the attacking team's tracer that's kind of on the point. The defending team needs somebody that can put some pressure on that, and having a tracer, it's going to be the easiest person and the person that's going to be able to survive the longest in a tracer v tracer matchup.
I'm seeing that whoever Blood Bunny is does not know what a Baja Blast is, and I feel bad for them. But I mean, already you see Edgymom here just trying to do what they can. I mean, again, Hazard has so much sustainability that they can just hold that doorway right there, really forcing Iridescent and the rest of Lava Lilies to fall down and play from the low ground.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for Iridescent to dive into this with that Hazard playing so defensively. You really need Plush Mush to kind of like get one of these shots out onto a squishy and then follow up on the dive, because you need to be looking for like what are you going to engage with your dive. It's not going to be that anti-nade anymore, so it needs to be some kind of a damage. Maybe have Moonlights kind of set up on the angle already. Recall has been forced out here from Leon, but okay, gets out alive and it's going to be the payload kind of pushing forward here, and that's going to allow Lava Lilies to just take this high ground essentially for free. Edgymom trying to deny a little bit of this space. CD gets very low, but she does manage to get to that back high ground, and now this high ground firmly in control of Lava Lilies here. The cart is being contested. Those two tracers just kind of going at it down there. Now, it's going to be hard for Edgymom to kind of break into this, but honestly, the onus is kind of on Lava Lilies here to try and find an opening.
Yeah, they really need to find an opening here. They have ultimates, though, so they could really use those early on here to find an opening, but we've seen in the past, they really like to hold on to a lot of ultimates until they have 4 or 5 ready to go, and it's going to be their downfall here in this first engagement.
Ooh, yeah, Leon does find the better of Moonlights down there, and then the downpour committed from Edgymom. Just gonna find 3 kills, trying to find this kill on to Iridescent. Yeah, she knows exactly where that Winston is going, isn't gonna be able to find the kill, but this will be Atlas taking back control of this high ground.
Momentarily, once Lava Lily sends Moonlights up, they're gonna probably see Atlas fall right back in, but they're fine with that. I mean, that's how defensive teams really play this a lot. They're okay giving up the high ground once this car kind of pushes past where it is right now, but Lava Lilies, they're coming with the 5 ultimates here. Atlas, they have to know this if you've been watching them all night, that they love to bank ultimates, but hey, CB finding Iridescent out, that's gonna force Lava Lilies just to fall back yet again here.
Yeah, exactly. Finding out the tank. I mean, Lava Lily's going all the way back. Atlas is trying to maybe find a stagger kill here. Will be able to find it in Plush Mush.
Yeah. I mean, but right now, Lava Lilies, less than a minute and a half here to go. You've almost allowed Edgymom to build up halfway to another one of a downpour here, but you're still walking into a decent amount of ultimates. I mean, Atlas has been doing a pretty good job at using ultimates here. They understand how Lava Lilies wants to play, so they're just trying to match them here, and it might not end up working out for them here, especially as you already see the consumers coming out here from Kala.
Yeah, off the high ground as well. It's going to allow Kala to kind of set up high ground and be a little bit safer from this engagement. But nice timing here from Silsey is going to use that orbital ray. Forces out the beat from Sawyer. It actually only connects onto 2 there, I believe, as Plush Mush is going to find CB. Plush Mush immediately getting taken out, though, so no Freya on either side. Astridia is now down. Lava Lilies working well with this rush. They've pushed forward, sustained through that orbital ray, and now just kind of a cleanup here. Moonlights dueling. Oh, okay. Edgymom is falling, and that is not looking good for Atlas Kesuke to stay in this fight and take a recontest here. The recall has been forced out from Leon. Won't be able to get that mega health back, and actually that's going to allow them to find Moonlights. The touch does come through. The rally out from Astridia and the downpour here. Atlas coming back into this fight very, very strong. TP has been forced out, immediately collapse onto Kala. Iridescent has this Primal Rage out and ready to go. Has found the kill onto Astridia, but I mean, you've got no Freya, you've got no Lucio. Somehow Iridescent staying alive through it. 1 HP will end up falling. Overtime burning down. Lava Lilies just don't have the numbers, and they're stopped short of that first point cap.
And this is exactly what you want if you're Atlas here. A first point hold. Granted, it was looking a little bit rough there for a moment. I thought Lava Lilies, especially once they got rid of Edgymom, was going to be able to cap the point. But the one thing they needed to do, the one thing they really needed to do was get rid of Leon. But Leon stayed alive. They actually found, I believe it was Moonlights out there. And that allowed Atlas to come back into that point and say, hey, we can come back in here. We can take this fight. We're we're not down any people. Lava loses, so they immediately took that advantage, won it back. And yeah, maybe Edgy Mom's downpour that second time around didn't find anyone, but it split up the team, which is exactly what you're looking for there. It split up Kala away from the rest of their team, forced them to use that swift step, and put them in a little bit of a bad spot. They were already low on health, and you just saw Edgy Mom immediately violently leap towards them and get them out of the playing field. And that was the beginning of the end there for Lava Lilies. But no big swaps coming out here from either side. CB's going to give us an interesting grapple shot, I imagine, and then probably swap immediately right back over to the Freya. It was interesting, though, considering that with the Anaban ban here, that Sawyer decided to play the Lucio. We didn't talk about that really much last round, but they're also sticking with it here again this round. I felt like the Juno would be a little bit better here, but they have a lot of faith in this Lucio play.
Yeah, especially we weren't really seeing Sawyer playing with Moonlights a whole lot. That is something that we usually tend to see when you're running kind of the Lucio Curie with this Tracer, is that you have your Lucio kind of supporting your Tracer. We do have that grapple coming out from CB. I did connect, not with a head though, just some damage done. Edgy Mom, getting very aggressive up here. Has to be careful because that bubble is blocking all of the heals. We do have that swap coming through, and yeah, you call the Dex of CB back over onto the Freya. We have Leon pressuring, looking for Moonlights, has not been fearful of taking these Tracer duels whatsoever. The Tracers doing a good job keeping each other in check. The payload moving a little bit forward here. Lava Lilies do still have control of this high ground, falling very, very low though, and that's the thing with this Lucio is you just don't have any of that kind of burst heal to keep people alive. Edgy Mom taking down Plush Mush there. Iridescence falling very, very low as well. Trapped in this room with a hazard, somehow managing to get out alive. Does have both the supports kind of putting some pressure in on them. Now Leon has found that better of Moonlight, so no Tracer here from Lava Lilies to start contesting that payload. It is going to be moving forward, and Atlas are just piling through onto that second point here. Looking really good to cap this. As, is there going to be a touch?
There's going to be a touch here, but the downpour might just stop them all in their tracks. However, they all kind of avoid their just abilities, but I mean, Atlas is just going to clean up here. Lava Lilies, I mean, you're putting a lot of faith in Iridescent here to try to win this fight. Pulse Bomb coming out there from Leon. It's not going to find anyone, but hey, the damage is already dealt there. Atlas Kazoku, one map win away from being crowned your Calling All Hero Rising champions.
Yeah, and that was a very, very nice watch point Gibraltar from Atlas, taking away that map pick from Lava Lilies. It's pretty rough to have your map pick kind of go that way. It felt like Atlas were just, yeah, a step ahead of Lava Lilies pretty much every fight.
Yeah, and that just seems to be the thing here, especially after that first point on Oasis. It just seemed like Atlas always kind of has an idea of how they want these fights to go, how they want them to play out, and they're executing it very well here. And Lava Lilies, we were seeing that a little bit in the first couple series of the night for them, but I think we're starting to slowly see that fatigue come in. But I also think the bans that last map were very, very good as well there. You didn't see the Diva, or you saw, yeah, the Diva was banned out, which is kind of what we expected to see banned out anyway. Watch point, that seemed to be a pretty safe bet. But then you also ban out the Ana. And I think that really did end up hurting Lava Lilies there. Because as you mentioned, Kala did an incredible job on the Ana in our last series on Watch Point Gibraltar. But now, backs are against the wall if you're Lava Lilies. Rain, I might have an idea of where they should potentially bring us.
Okay, yeah. Let's hear it.
Why not bring us back to Runasapi? It's been their go-to map all night. They have first ban. They can protect ban the Junker Queen.
Yeah.
It's been a map that has been almost unstoppable for them here. And I mean, if that's the case, if that's what we see, where we see that map be picked to protect ban for the Junker Queen, I think the smartest ban potentially for Atlas would be the Cassidy. Get that out, because that has seemed to be I'm forgetting the name. It's Moonlight. That seemed to be Moonlight's go-to DPS pick on that map. So get them off that, force them back onto something else, where probably like the Tracer. And you saw how that went last map with them and Leon.
Yeah, the Tracer duel, I think, going back and forth quite a bit, but it did feel like Leon was kind of getting the upper hand in a lot of those situations, forcing out the recall kind of first there. But
Yeah, I agree. Okay, it is gonna be a push map.
Ooh,
Lava Lily's swapping it up here though,
Hmm.
and they're gonna take us over to Colosseo instead of Runasapi.
Still definitely a map that you could play Jungle Queen on, but this is one of those maps where I look at it a little bit more of you want to play something maybe divey on it because of
Yeah.
how that bridge is kind of right there before the 2 checkpoints. So you could see Diva come back out. It is available now again for them to play. Winston is still there. Hazard though is still going to be available. So it's going to be a pick and choose here. Bans are going to be very interesting as well. We do have one little piece of news before we get to bans. CB is actually being subbed out for this one. Chango is coming in. So we saw that a little bit earlier. Chango was actually in the starting lineup, but no, it has been, who has it been? No, it's been
It's
Leon.
yeah,
It's
Leon.
been Leon. So CB's coming out, Chango's coming in here for this map in particular. They might want to try to play a certain play style here. So
Mm.
maybe not having the CB on the Freya or the Soj is what they're really looking for here.
Interesting. Yeah, that could change things up quite a bit. Especially Colosseo, you kind of mentioned it, Dex. It does tend to be a little bit more dive oriented, so maybe Atlas want to kind of go all in on a dive as well. I'm thinking if you're subbing out your Freya slash Sojourn player, maybe you're going to move towards kind of more of a Tracer Genji setup, or potentially even like a Sombra, just depending on kind of the hero pool of Chango. But yeah, having, I feel like Freya and Sojourn are pretty staple DPS here in a few different compositions. So having subbing them out and having Chango come in, yeah, you maybe are looking to kind of play into this dive. As I mean, you weren't necessarily playing exactly dive on Watchpoint Gibraltar, but you, with this Hazard, like it's a similar style, right?
Mhm.
So you already kind of have the play style down. You just, maybe you run the Hazard, maybe you just sub in a different tank instead. But yeah, different hero pools. We'll have to see the bans as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see what we see be banned out here, especially for Lava Lilies, because I just don't necessarily know what they're gonna lean towards here. Do they go back to something like map one and say, okay, they played Orisa? Do we ban out the Orisa? But they also played Orisa. Do we see them necessarily go after that DPS line? Do we see the Freya ban be banned out here again? Do we see potentially Tracer or Genji? But
Mm.
again, those have been heroes that both teams have really played. So it's going to be interesting to see what the bans are truly going to be, because there hasn't been that much variety in these compositions so far. The biggest variety we had so far was Lucio for one team last map, and I believe it was the Juno for one team
Yeah.
last map. That was the biggest difference. Outside of that, it's been a lot of mirroring, which is not necessarily a surprise in a grand finals match.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of it comes down to it, but we do have those bans ready to go, Dex, so we can at least get an idea of what is going through Lava Lily's heads. Now, it is going to be Lava Lily's banning out the Orisa here. Atlas, well, you subbed your Freya player out, I guess, so you can go ahead and ban that Freya.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense here. So you knew the ban was coming in here for Freya. You take CB out, you bring in Chango, and like already kind of talked about, you talked about maybe seeing that Genji Tracer kind of setup here. Not necessarily unimaginable on this map. You could see definitely some weird things as well, which I'm not going to mention what they are because I don't really want to see them. But Lava Lilies, the Orisa coming out for the ban. Again, this was the question I had coming into it here. Do you go after the Orisa because Atlas played that map one? Or do you go after something else that maybe might hurt you here a little bit more? So if you're Atlas, what do you do? Do you stick with the Hazard? Wouldn't it be the worst idea? Do you go over to something else? Do you go over to a different tank on this map? Say maybe a Sigma, a Rhine, maybe not the best choice there, but you could definitely attempt to play it.
I would love to see it. Once upon a time, on Colosseo, it was the Rhine kind of wall meta where you just hide by the bot inside that little corridor. You had a Mei with you, and you can burn off a lot of time from the clock with that. And it all comes down to kind of just a game of patience. And I feel like both of these teams are really, really good about just kind of letting a fight drag out as long as it needs to, really good at just not making kind of like, mistakes happen here and there. But a lot of the time, these fights are going so long because these teams are playing the fights exactly kind of the way that they need to. So, Reinhardt could be pretty fun here. But yeah, I feel like we might end up back kind of on a mirror composition. Lava Lily's taking us here and banning out the Orisa. It does still kind of lend more to playing dive. In my mind, maybe the Wrecking Ball, we haven't necessarily seen it so far, but I do think that Colosseo can be a Wrecking Ball map. There's lots of kind of areas and angles and lanes to control, and it might work out, but yeah, we'll just have to see, because it's been a mirror match all night long, so maybe we'll get it here on Colosseo as well.
There's a big part of me that feels like Lava Lilies are still going to come out with the Drunk Queen. And that's what they're going to do. They didn't want to bring us to Runasapi, though, because my feeling is they want to try to play a little bit of a mind game here with Atlas, saying, okay, they're not going to Runasapi. They might not be playing the Queen. But no, Queen has been something that has, honestly, the last 2 series for Lava Lilies, been almost unstoppable for them when they do play it. You can look back at the 1 point they won against the first map last series. They won it playing Junk Queen back on Ilios Ruins. So not necessarily a big surprise, but outside of that, I mean, you were kind of right with what you expect to see Chango come in here and play. They're playing a Sombra, though, and they already got caught out, so that kind of ruins that surprise, but it seems like they're able to do a decent amount already here to Flush Mush.
Oh, and they still find the hack coming out. Iridescent does manage to get that shout out before the hack kind of coming through, so able to sustain through it. But yeah, Sawyer did not sustain through that. Leon finding that opening pick. Gonna find the second one as well. I mean, Leon has been so dangerous on the Tracer, showing us that they are just as dangerous on this Genji as well.
Yeah, Leon has been just the MVP of the series so far here. Kala is very confused on how they died right there, apparently, but Leon has just been too much for Lava Lilies here. I mean, they're at the point where they're starting to take over the series and just causing Lava Lilies too many problems.
Yeah, exactly. If you're able to kind of like consistently have a player that's finding these opening picks, it makes it really, really hard to kind of recover from that. And now Atlas Kesuko have kind of set up around the point, but Iridescent just walks in. I mean, she finds both supports from the side of Atlas Kesuko, and that is just going to be the rest of the team falling. Not before Leon is able to do a little bit of damage, but the team kill comes through for Lava Lilies.
And this is the thing, for Lava Lilies, you really need Iridescent to be the difference maker here on this map. Because you're going to have Leon always diving that backline, diving your DPS line. You need to be making a difference just by doing the exact same thing. Yeah, you're not going to be diving, but you need to be able to land the knives, land the axes, have the shouts, be able to do a lot, and just get the consistent dot damage from just the melee attacks. I mean, you need to be doing a lot here, but getting rooted is not good.
Yeah, not one of the things you want to be looking for there. Nice downport from Edgy Mom, and really nice cleanup from the rest of Atlas Kesuko. Kala, she'll find her one on the headshot to Leon, but otherwise, it's full steam ahead here for well, I say that, the bot isn't moving, but the bot will get moving.
I mean, I was sitting there saying, like, hey, you guys won this fight. You could be, I mean, basically they gave Lava Lilies a free fight here. They could have been at or close to that checkpoint, but now they only got like 3 meters out of that.
Yeah.
That's a huge blunder there by Atlas, and if Lava Lilies comes into this next engagement and wins it, it's gonna be able to, they're gonna be able to get really, really close to taking the lead.
Yeah, we see Lava Lilies commit this Kitsune Rush. Kala does fall, but the rest of Lava Lilies is alive to make good use of it. And yeah, Dex, that's Lava Lilies coming back in and getting the team kill for themselves.
Again, and it was just a little bit of a mistake there, a mental mistake. Atlas was so focused on winning the team fight, finding those picks, that they sacrificed some valuable some valuable barrier progression here. Yeah, Lava Lilies isn't gonna get as far as I really thought they would here, but they're still in a really good spot. Look at the old ones they have: a Rampage, a Beat, and a Blade. Yeah, Atlas has a lot and a 5-man EMP.
Well, yeah, 5-man EMP. Yeah, immediately Atlas just like walks into that. You have the amp speed ready to go as well, and yeah, you're gonna win that. You hit the 5-man EMP and you follow up. Very nice.
And they're not going to forget the bot this time, which is a big thing. But hey, the fact that they only invested the EMP in that fight is huge for Atlas because now they have the same amount of ultimates. They have both support ones. That's gonna be the biggest difference. That Silsey Kitsune Rush here is gonna be the big thing here for Atlas to really get this forward spawns in this checkpoint.
Okay, we see Sawyer taking a little bit of a fight there with Flush Mush. Has this beat ready to go for the blade. Kitsune Rush is out. The beat and connects onto 3 for Lava Lilies, but the blade is still going. Looking, actually will just cut through that beat, finds Moonlights. Now Leon, I mean, they're very low here, is managing to kind of get away right into the knife of Iridescent, though, who has cleaned up both DPS ultimates. Atlas guys, if you want to stay in this fight, you use that downpour, connects onto 3, but it's essentially just Edgy Mom kind of in this hallway being chased down by the remaining members of Lava Lilies.
That was a little bit of an overinvestment by Edgy Mom. They had to really expect that they were going to somehow turn that fight around, but I don't necessarily see the vision there for them, and that really does put them behind the 8 ball, because that was 3 ultimates now invested for Atlas into that fight, while Lava Lilies, I mean, they have 3 ultimates ready to go here. They're still holding on to the Rampage, so Atlas knows that thing is online, and that's probably what Astridia is holding on to their beat for here at the moment, or the Blade. And honestly, if you're Lava Lilies, you really need to force that out, but hey, you force it out for free.
Okay, yeah, the beat from Astridia connects onto 4. Atlas Kasuku pushing in, trying to get aggressive here, but they don't find the pick, so the beat is all for naught, and Kala comes back in with this Kitsune Rush. Leon, though, comboed with Edgy Mom, finds the support line of Lava Lilies, and even though the beat kind of faded fairly quickly, it allowed Atlas to just gain a lot of space into Lava Lilies, but Lava Lilies still alive in this, despite not having either of their supports. Iridescent is gonna end up falling as Atlas Kasuko are back in control of this robot.
Iridescence really needs to use this Rampage. They really do. Like, they've been waiting for too long. At this point, Atlas knows that they have it, so I mean, they could just easily try to bait it out here. They know at some point they're gonna have to use it. It's not an ultimate that you really should hold on to for a long time, since Junker Queen can get that ultimate back pretty quickly, and you're just allowing Atlas to build up to their own. I mean, an EMP coming out while that thing is also out, can just cancel it.
Exactly. Now Edgy Mom has found the opening pick onto Plush Mush. That blade out of the fight now, and this EMP, like you mentioned, Dex, is going to be online. Okay, Leon getting a little too aggressive there. Sawyer and Kala are able to clean them up, but I mean, the rest of Atlas, Kasuko just pushing forward with this space that was kind of created by Leon, trying to find a late kill onto Sawyer, and they will be able to get it.
Checkpoint cap there for Atlas, and if you look at their ult bank, they're about to have 5 ultimates here. Lava Lily's gonna have 4. Again, I mean, Lava Lily's just been holding on these ultimates now for a little bit too long. Plush Mush's Blade and Iridescence Rampage. Iridescence Rampage has been ready for at least 3 minutes here, and Leon, again, they have been the biggest difference maker this series here for Atlas.
Another opening pick for the Genji. Moonlight's trading out, finds Silsey, so the Kitsune Rush is gone, but the EMP for Chango hits 3. The Rampage now committed here, and it does find some connection as Astridia will fall, so the beat isn't here to keep Atlas in this fight as Iridescence still alive, trying to find Leon, but Leon's just daft past, found Kala, and now, okay, we'll end up getting punished as the DPS from Lava Lilies showed up in that kill feed.
And I mean, even as that fight was going on, it was kind of waning down, Atlas was still just kind of pushing that barrier. I mean, look, almost 100 meters to 28. It's a big uphill battle for Lava Lilies to come back now. In 2.5 minutes, we really haven't seen Lava Lilies win a fight on this side of the map just yet. Atlas has been doing a good job, and I mean, you look at the ultimates here, 3 to 4. Atlas is in a good spot here. The downpour is out.
Downpour is out. Find some. Plush Mush, though, using this blade and paired with the Kitsune Rush in response. Leon has pulled out a blade of their own. Finds Plush Mush, who maybe wasn't quite expecting the Genji from the backline, but Leon is alive versus 2 here. Okay, ties it up.
Oh
That's
my
the second
goodness.
one. I mean, you think that you have Leon in a corner, but yeah, you do not.
Like, Leon is having the series of their life here at the moment. Like, they have been unstoppable here, putting on a performance in the Rising series, and it's putting Lava Lilies at a spot where they are just uncomfortable going into them.
Yeah, we see wall comes out here, and it's gonna be the beat from Sawyer connects onto 5 in response from that Kitsune rush of Silsey. Now, everybody on Atlas is falling very low, and you don't have Astrudia in this fight to use the beat to try and sustain you through it, but you do find that kill onto Kala. Leon finding flush as well, so despite not having the Lucio, Silsey doing everything in her power to keep everybody alive, but you do end up falling. Now, no supports here for Atlas. Kesuko as Iridescent finds 3. Astrudia, just making the return into the fight to find the kill on the Lucio before they themselves are sent back to that spawn.
But 50 seconds left to go here. And what did I say about Lava Lilies? They have not really won a fight on this side of the map. They need to win a fight, because honestly, if they win a fight here, that should almost guarantee them the checkpoint. But this late in the game, you cannot afford to lose another fight if you're Lava Lilies. The Rampage from Iridescent is going to have to come up huge here for them.
It's ready to go. Has gotten hacked up here by Chango. Another downpour here from Edgy Mom, and it finds a whole bunch of value as you take out Moonlight. Now, Plush did find that kill onto Leon, so at least you don't have to worry about the Genji, no, the Rampage. It just doesn't connect onto anybody from Atlas Kesuko. But the rest of Lava Lilies is there to follow up on the space that was created. And finally, Lava Lilies have won a fight on this side of the map.
Yeah, but is it going to be a little bit too late here? They are pushing the barrier, but they cannot afford to lose another fight. However, they are coming up to 3 ultimates this fight. Sawyer could build up to a beat here. The only thing that Alice is going to have, well, they're going to have 3 ultimates of their own, the EMP being the biggest one. And because of how close everyone's going to be to that bot right there, the EMP is going to be huge.
Oh, and Kala is the first one to fall. Not going to have that Kitsune rush ready to go. The EMP connects onto 2. Immediately, Moonlight's taking down Flush. Has the blade. She's trying to find something, but not able to stay alive long enough for the contest. Atlas Kesuko taking the grand finals in a 3-0 sweep.
3-0 sweep. I wouldn't really call that a C9 right there. The bot got stolen away because everyone who was contesting it right there probably died. But I mean, just a great series here by Atlas. They, let's be honest, they almost, I really think their comeback performance on that first point on Oasis gave them all the momentum they truly needed throughout the rest of the series to just say, hey, we got this. There's no way they could beat us here, and they never really looked back from that. Leon had a stellar performance. Edgy Mom had a stellar performance. That backline had really good. Chango and CB also a really great performance as well. Lava Lilies, though, I mean, it sucks to say, but they got outplayed here a little bit, and it's one of those things where that fatigue was probably starting to come in here a little bit. Bans were starting to affect them a little bit more than what they had been in the past series. And again, they were playing their 8th, 9th, and 10th maps of the night here, or of the early morning for them already. So again, a really good job to Lava Lilies, a really good job. They just fall up short here against Atlas Kesuko, who has just throughout this entire Rising season been a really good team and really deserving of winning it all here.
Yeah, an absolutely amazing performance in the grand finals. I felt like after that first map, like you said, Dex, Atlas was just able to find their win conditions, create enough space for Leon to kind of push in and find these opening picks time after time after time again. And when you have the opportunity pretty much every fight to be taking the fight on your terms, taking it proactively, it just leads to so much momentum here. And unfortunately for Lava Lilies, like you said, this was a long night for you. By the time you got to the toughest opponent, just didn't have the gas left in the tank. A really impressive run through that lower bracket, but yeah, Atlas Kesuko just showing that, you know, this is the grand finals champion and absolutely deserved it.
Yeah, I remember at the start of the season when the first time I think we had Atlas on stream, after the series ended, we were interviewing CB, and she was talking about how, you know, they were looking at Lava Lilies, they're looking at some of the other teams, saying like, if we could beat them, it would be something where, you know, they would consider it like, you know, we were doing really good. I don't think at the start of the season that they thought that they could necessarily make it this far, but as the season went on and as they really started to see all the talent here in the Rising series and play them and end up coming out on top of most of their series, I felt like it's just a team that really built their own story and really started to realize that they could easily win this here if everything fell their way, and everything fell their way here throughout this entire Rising series. Atlas is a really deserving champion.
Yeah, exciting to see a team that maybe didn't anticipate to make it this far, to just look so dominant when they did get to this grand finals. And like you said, Dex, kind of like all season long, I felt like this team has just gotten better and better over
Mhm.
time. And just really impressive, not just the mechanics of the players, but the way that this team kind of plays together. A lot of like these engagements, it's not just one person kind of like, finding that opening kill on their own. It's a lot of resources that they're giving to each other on these heroes that is allowing this team to just really shine in the way that they do. So it's impressive to just see like the teamwork that's been built kind of over this season.
Yeah, it really has, and that's been one thing that's been fun to watch. Every time I've been able to see this team, they are always getting constantly better, which is something that you don't see that often. Really, you do see teams get better, but Atlas every game they were showing. Anytime I saw them, they were showing me something new, showing me that they're improving their communication, improving how they take each fight. Because we saw it here a lot throughout all of our series here tonight. These teams, they understand their win conditions, they understand their losing conditions, and they understand when to engage and when to disengage from fights. Lava Lilies, we were praising them for in the first two series, and they did a good job of it in this series as well tonight. But Atlas sometimes just wouldn't let Lava Lilies escape or fall back. They did a good job understanding their boundaries and being able to push up and be aggressive, especially on the first map of Oasis. We saw Atlas kind of push up very far in that second point of University, but once they started to see those respawns come back in, they backed out and understood the situation of what they need to do and played a very, very smart series after that.
Yeah, absolutely agree. So we do have an interview coming up for everybody here from Atlas Kesuku. We are just gonna throw it to a quick break to get everything sorted out, but don't go anywhere. We will be right back after this. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So, our interview candidate, I mean, Dex, we were hyping them up all series long. It is going to be Leon, the DPS from Atlas Kesuku. Hello, Leon.
Hello, hello.
All right. I mean, first off, obviously, congratulations. You guys looked so fantastic in your series. It was such a fun match to watch. Now, I am wondering because this seemed like such a stellar lineup from Atlas Kesuku. Are there plans for this team to kind of continue on? Can we look forward to maybe seeing you in the summer season of Ka Rising?
I know it's a pretty split decision between the whole members. I think I've made the I'm retiring joke every like 3 days, but I'd love to keep playing more. All of them are just amazing. So hopefully.
Yeah.
Well, it would be fun to see you guys next series here. Let's focus a little bit more on this series here tonight, and especially your play, because at points during this series, it really seemed like you were an unstoppable force. And I mean, it really seemed like Lava Lilies really did struggle with it there. Did you pick up on that at any point during the series, or did you feel like you were playing out of your mind at all throughout this series?
I felt like really comfortable on the Genji, but for some reason, every single map, my first map is like really shaky. I'm super nervous. But then as soon as I go to second map, if I set the tone right, I just feel like the best player. And I'll always just play like with confidence, which I think helps a lot. Especially like second map, I had a really big like I felt really good on the tracer, so I just knew to just keep pushing.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like no matter what hero you played tonight, you did an incredible job. But let's focus a little bit on your team now. Here again, like you just said with Rain, you would love to be back with them. It's split decision though, but in tonight's series, it seemed like you guys were all on the same page. We were highlighting it that you guys seem to understand your win conditions, understand when to get out of fights. There wasn't that many lost fights for you guys outside of maybe that first point on Oasis there.
Oasis, yeah.
What was kind of like what was all going on in the team chat during it? Were you guys always kind of like checking each other out to make sure if you guys weren't overstepping your boundaries or over maybe being a little bit too aggressive? Like what was the general kind of vibe in that team call?
For us, it's always about like keeping vocal about important things like fight planning, ult tracking. What do we want to do? Because like we used to like, especially earlier on, we would do like every ranked player comms, or you just like dive in, just yell at target. But like the more and more we started talking about what we wanted to do, we kept like stabilizing correctly and like really like pushing our tempo and playing our game, which is what we wanted to do.
Awesome. And it really, yeah, really showed through, I think, in the gameplay. That was something that Dex and I were kind of, I mean, we were saying a lot of great things, of course, but just in kind of the team synergy and how concise your fights were. You knew when to kind of back out, when to push forward. So kind of just for me to wrap things up is just, you guys played a lot of different kind of compositions, showed a lot of flexibility. Was there one comp that you felt was kind of like your go-to composition throughout, not just this series, but kind of like all season long?
I lately it's been the Hazard. Every time we're on the Hazard, I think we're like untouchable. I know my tank player B loves Orisa, and we're still good at Orisa, but like I'm really fond of the Hazard because I just get to just dash at a Brig and just get free resets, which is so much fun. But I also think we've been pretty solid at the Ram comp earlier on, and we've been even good at the Winston. But because of Freya, we kind of just ignore Winston and just play Haz everywhere.
Love it. Awesome. All right. That is all the questions from us. So we're going to go ahead and give the floor to you, Leon. If there's any shout outs you want to do or anything like that, feel free.
First, big ups Jazzy, greatest main support to touch the game. Constantly keeps me in check to always like tell me when I'm just completely trolling and when I'm doing things right. And then obviously my team, because I think any team with me on it can win it all, but I know any team with B on it can win it all. Because I get to play Robin, she gets to be Batman, and we just get to clean every fight. So it's really great to play with her because she made that team with just a bunch of her friends, and I'm glad to be part of it.
Oh, amazing. That's so sweet to hear. Thank you so much, Leon. And yeah, congratulations once again. Super exciting Rising Champions for this spring season. I anticipate that you're probably gonna get some well-deserved rest now.
Oh, I'm so tired.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us, Leon.
You?
Bye. All right. Well, that has been it. It has been a heck of a day here. Who knew that there could be so much excitement on a Wednesday night here? But Dex, that's gonna be it for us tonight. Thank you to Dex for casting with me. Thank you so much to Prod as well. We had Echo, we had Thor, Mochi, and KC in the studio. Thank you to everybody that came out and watched and supported as well. We know it was a long day, but yeah, appreciate everybody showing up. Congratulations once again to Atlas Kesuku. That's gonna be it. Stay tuned for the Calling All Heroes summer season. I'm sure that there'll be some announcements for that coming very shortly. Everybody, have a great night.